Hello, and thank you for checking out my Sniper Elite 5 Authentic Difficulty, All Objectives, No Damage run. For a full breakdown of the rule set for this run, reference the description section below. Additionally, if you'd like to interact with me or the community, be sure to join the Discord. The link for that and all of my socials are in the description section below. So with all that out of the way, sit back, relax, and enjoy the run. So similar to every other Sniper Elite run that I've done, this is being done off of a fresh file, meaning that I don't have any attachments, I don't have any upgrades, no DLC guns or anything like that. So it's straight out of the box, as if you're starting for the first time.
Better get to it. Going to have to go prone to get ahead. Should be able to climb my way up there, get a good vantage point down on the beach.
So being that this is a tutorial portion of the first level for the most part, there are quite a few things here that I'm going to be able to do that you would not normally be able to do.
Can't give away my
so I'm going to run up to this first soldier. This soldier does not have any detection capability at all. I'm going to take him out, and then I'm going to move up and past the second soldier. This soldier can see you, but he doesn't have any audio reference. So me running like this, he's not going to hear my footsteps. I'm going to come to the top of this wall and run straight to the officer and take this officer out.
Officer's likely to have something important on him.
Going to loot the body for the key and then move forward. I'll have to grab the documents that are on the table here to progress the level.
Should have a look.
And then go through the door on the right. Now, once I go through this door, this is where everything starts to respond the way it will for the rest of the game. There's going to be a vehicle that's going to be driving up in front of me. I'm just going to run right by that. I'm not going to wait for it to stop. Go straight up the vines here, and then I'm going to hold short at the top of the vines. I want to take this guy out non-lethally, and the reason for that is because he'll stay on the ledge versus if I kill him, then he'll get thrown off the ledge.
That'll be where they're holding the resistance.
I'm going to quickly move up here on the right side,
Get inside.
and if I do that, then I'll be able to get to the very back of the truck right as the soldier jumps down, take him out, and then I'll be able to take out these two enemies pretty easily.
Got to get in there before it's too late.
As I come out of the cutscene, I want to make a small little detour here just to grab the bolt cutters.
Can hear voices through those walls. Should focus. Get an idea of their position.
As I cut through and open the door, I'm going to move forward, take out this enemy.
Armory.
And then there's a couple of things here that I want to grab. Most important is the subsonic rifle ammo. So the subsonic rifle ammo will basically just bring the sound that my rifle makes down to around the 20-25 meter range, which means that I'll be able to utilize it to take enemies out at range without having to worry about alerting entire areas. So I've gone ahead and loaded that ammo. And my standard default pretty much for ammo is subsonic in my primary and secondary, and then armor piercing in the well rod. And armor piercing specifically for enemies with helmets. All right, so once that vehicle goes by, I'm just going to kind of jog over to the other side. And then I'm going to hold short of pushing out into this open field because I need to make sure that the soldier that's almost middle of the screen, to the left of the tree there, is not looking my direction. So as soon as the soldier turns around, I'm going to stand up and sprint all the way down to the other side. Now I do need to keep watching him because if for whatever reason he stops and leans over the wall, he'll look this direction, at which point I'll have to go prone immediately so that he doesn't see me. All right, so moving to this next area, I'm going to hold short right here on the shrubs, and I need to identify where the enemies are. There are two enemies here. Just need to make sure that they're not looking my direction.
Trottel, die haben nicht nur Masten umgeworfen, sondern die sichere Kommunikation lahmgelegt.
All right, so as soon as that one turned, the other one's turned, I can move forward. And then I'm just going to hold short in this tall grass and take this guy out. And this guy. All right, so that area is clear. The reason I need to clear this is because at the very end of this level, I'm going to run back through here to exfil from the level. And I don't want to have to worry about the enemies.
Find some in the Germans' ammo crates.
And for that same reason, I'm going to take out this enemy here in front of me in the trenches.
Damn, searchlight's covering the entrance. I'd better keep...
So again, because I have subsonic ammo, I can go ahead and take that shot and I don't alert everyone around me. So I want to move kind of on the perimeter of the level here all the way around. There's like a little building or shack in front of me. I'm going to move to the right side of this building and then just hold short to take in account of where the enemies are positioned and how they're facing. So there's two enemies that are in this tower, one that's always on the light, and then one that patrols kind of up in the tower and then down the stairs. I don't exactly know which direction that guy is looking, the one that patrols at the top of the tower. I know he's at the top of the tower. I just don't know where he is. So I'm just holding short to look for that. So I see he comes up to this area. He's going to look over the rail, and then right after he does this, he's going to move down the stairs. So I'm just going to be patient and wait for him to move down the stairs and be looking away from me. And then at that time, I can then move down the fence line towards the other side of this area. As I make my way to the end of the fence here, I'm going to go ahead and start moving up, and ultimately I'm going to stop in this tall grass here at the end. My first objective is to determine where this enemy closest to me is. He'll be the first one that I take out. And then there's one pathing, you might be able to see him back by that light post, kind of in the middle of a screen. That'll be the next guy that I take out. And then there's a sniper up kind of at my 2 o'clock from where I am now. That patrols up there under the objective that I have to destroy, and I'll need to take him out. Aside from those 3 enemies, if done properly, I shouldn't have to worry about anyone else. So I whistle in the first guy, take him out, and you might have noticed that I took him out non-lethally. Pretty much every enemy that I whistle over into tall grass for the rest of this run, I'm going to take out in that manner, simply because it's the quickest way to get somebody from standing up to down on the ground, which minimizes the reaction time that enemies have to notice you doing that action and then respond in kind, either to come and investigate or they fully see you and then they shoot at you while you're in the grass. So anytime that I'm in tall grass and I take out an enemy, it's going to be non-lethal. Likewise, anytime that I take out an enemy on a corner, so when you kind of like crouch down on an object or a corner, and you take an enemy out as they come to that corner, that will always be done lethally. And the reason for that is the exact same. If you take down an enemy on a corner non-lethally, the amount of time that you're out doing the animation is a lot longer than when you do it lethally. So all of those, the umbrella consideration there is just the time it takes so that you minimize the risk of someone being able to see you. All right, so with both of those guys out of the way, I do need to be looking at the bunker door to my right, because there's an enemy that will patrol out and he'll stop, he'll look this direction, and then he'll turn around and go. So I need to make sure that that enemy is not looking in my direction, and I need to make sure that the enemy all the way at the end near the checkpoint, where the arm is kind of like up in the air that would stop a vehicle, I need to make sure that that enemy is looking away as well. And then lastly, I need to make sure that the sniper is not looking my direction and the guy that's pathing down in the tower towards the bottom of the stairs is not looking my direction. So 4 enemies that I kind of have to keep track of here while I grab these satchel charges, because ultimately I'm going to move forward towards this objective. I'm going to scale up it and attach the satchel charges and destroy it that way. You can go into the bunker to complete it. However, going into the bunker, there are a lot more enemies in close quarters, and it makes it a little bit harder to control that situation on authentic than it is just to kind of sneak past everybody. So once I make my way up to the top here, I'm going to take out the sniper. That just eliminates the need for me to worry about climbing up and down the ladder and him having the ability to spot me as I'm doing that. So before I go up the ladder to plant these satchel charges, again, I need to make sure that the guy in the tower is not looking this direction. And then the one down at the entrance, the entry control point there, I shouldn't have to worry about once I'm up on this hill. So once I'm up on the tower here, pretty much I can stand up and do everything that I want to do without having to worry about alerting anybody. I still stay crouched until I get all the way to the top. But for all intents and purposes, once you get up that first ladder, you're good to move around, walk around, run, whatever you want to do, and you're going to be good to go.
Taking out the supports will bring.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and plant the first satchel charge, and then I want to look towards the tower and get a read on where the guard is that's patrolling. Ideally, what I want to do here is I want to make sure for a 10 to 15 second window that he's not going to be looking either at this direction or at the bottom of the zip line that I'm going to go down in a minute. So once I have an idea that I'm safe for the next 10 to 15 seconds, I can light the satchel charges, and then I can move down the zip line and then head out into the left along the fence. And then at the end of the fence, I'll go to the right and down into this tunnel area. Now at the bottom of these stairs, I'm going to hold on the corner. There is going to be an enemy here that patrols around. Technically, I could just use the MP40 that I got from the sniper to shoot this guy. There's no one around that would hear it, but I want to save all of the shots for it for an area later in the level. And once we get there, I'll point it out. So as I move into this area to my right, I'm going to be looking through the gate here because of that enemy that you can see there. He did hear my footsteps, so he's going to come and investigate, but as long as I just hightail it to ultimately where I'm going, he's not going to be able to see me. So I want to move to this section here and then just kind of take stock of where the enemies are. There are 3 enemies here that I have to contend with. The first is there in front of me. This is the one that patrols in and around the objective. There's going to be another one kind of towards the building side. And then there's going to be one that patrols to the left of where I am. So I kind of want to take a read on where all those guys are. And whenever I have an opening, whenever I see an opening to take them out, I'm going to take them out. Now, the one that's over by the building, technically, I don't need to take him out. Really, the only ones I absolutely have to take out are the 2 that I've taken out up to this point. So I take out the one closest to the objective for obvious reasons. And then I take out the one that I took out second there because he patrols this area where I need to run through to get the satchel charge. The final enemy that's over by the building, as long as he's going to spend enough time away from the objective, I can use that time to kind of like sneak in, set the satchel charge, light it, and get out. So from run to run, it just kind of depends. It looks like on this run, he was away, and I assessed that as such. So I came in, put the charge in, and now I'm just going to get out. All right, so for the next section, I'm actually not going to go the most direct route to it because of a bug that the game has where the enemies are able to see you through the brush and the bushes and stuff. So the approach that I take because of that is to go basically up and around and then back down into this tall grass. Now from this tall grass, I'll have the option to take them out with a sniper rifle. Again, using that subsonic ammo. I just need them to be in the right positions. So really it's just the first two enemies that are up above the trenches that I need to worry about. The one that's in the trenches, the majority of the times will not see you take these enemies out. However, if he does, it doesn't really matter because you'll be able to sneak around to the other side and take him out from one of his areas that he kind of ducks down to take cover. All right, so I'm just going to take a moment to look and listen to see if that third enemy in the trenches was alerted. Usually I can pretty rapidly determine whether he is in his normal spot or not. But that's what I'm looking for right now. And then once I determine he is in the trench and unaware, I can just take him out. Okay, so that's all the enemies there. I'm just going to turn around because there are enemies in this field back here. However, with the subsonic ammo and the distance that I am from them, they should never hear me, but I always check just to make sure. So now I can move over here, grab the satchel, and take this gun out, and then move to the next one. All right, so I'm going to enter the next area the exact same way I entered to turn around and come back down to the first.
That must be the gun that took out the submarine.
So there are 4 enemies here that I have to take out. There are 2 that are patrolling and 2 that are static. The most important one for me to take out here is the officer. Very similar to Sniper Elite 4. You want to take officers out first whenever possible because then they coordinate other enemies and they make the game harder, essentially, is what happens. If you alert enemies, those enemies will be stronger and smarter and more alert when there's an officer to kind of guide them into the encounter. So I want to take the officer out here first. Also, I need to take him out first because he's out here in the front where all of the other enemies can see him. So the way that I'm going to manage to do this without alerting the other 3 enemies here is I'm going to wait for him to get close enough to my location. And then I'm going to whistle to pull him over. And then I'll just take him out in the long grass.
Ich dachte, ich hätte was gehört. Da drüben. Moment! Ist da was?
All right, so with him dealt with, I want to move back over to my right. The enemy that's in the trenches that patrols out will patrol down to the edge here. And once he stops, I'm going to take him out. So now I can move forward and take out the 2 enemies that are on the machine gun position. Here to my right is where I'm going to pick up the satchel charge for this AA gun. And now what I want to do here is I basically want to do a 1-2. What a 1-2 is it's basically killing one and meleeing the next one. So you shoot one and then you melee the second. And you're going to want to shoot the guy that is not on the gun because once you do that, the guy on the gun gets alerted. And the time the animation takes for him to get off of the gun gives you enough time to recover and then take him out with a melee.
Long grass.
All right, so I'm moving into position to take out the big gun here. And I'm basically just going to come up the front side of where the gun is, which is kind of the back side of where all the enemies are. And so as I move forward here, there's a soldier that patrols, and ultimately and eventually he will patrol right in front of where I need to enter. So I need to understand where that soldier is before I go in and enter. Now, depending on where he is in his path, I can either take him out here or I can wait and take him out later. So it all just kind of depends on RNG and your timing of getting to this location and where they are in their pathing. So because I saw that guy that I was ultimately looking for walking from left to right, I know that he's over here on the right side, close to the wall. I just can't see him given the angle that I am at right now. So I'm just waiting for him to show up. Okay, so now I can see he's moving from right to left. So he's not, he hasn't made his way down here yet. So I'm just going to be patient and let him get a little bit closer. So I loaded subsonic rounds here because I'm very, very, very close to the gun and I know there are enemies down inside the bunker. And because he doesn't have a helmet on. All right, so I'll load back in my standard rounds.
This SMG could do some damage.
Crawling under things in this game is a little wonky if you're right up against them when you try to crouch or go prone, I guess. So if for whatever reason that enemy was in a different part of his patrol route, this is where I would take him out in this grass. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this guy out with a missed shot, apparently. But with the rifle and the subsonic ammo. So if you ever take a shot in this game and you miss, the best thing that you can do is just wait until either they stop moving or they come to investigate your location. Because then it'll be really easy to just take them out. Fortunately, this guy is playing like ping pong between cover. There we go. Okay, so he's stopped now. I can take him out. All right, so what I need to do now is I need to move kind of over towards where he was running when he was alerted, where this tall grass is. There's going to be an area beyond the tall grass that goes down, and inside of that area, there's going to be an officer. I need to take that officer out because I want to use his area that he patrols in as a staging ground to take out, ultimately, the enemy I need to take out to get to the gun bunker. So with that guy taken out, I'll be able to move over now because I don't have to worry about him coming up and seeing me. I'll be able to move over to these sandbags and take this guy out. Now, this is the fast way to do this. The slower, safer way is to basically go down into the area where I took out the officer. And there's a tunnel that connects this guy that I just took out to the officer that I took out. And so this guy that I just took out, he will walk down that tunnel and you can take him out in that tunnel. That's the safer way to do it. But I guess I was feeling a little speed runny there. So I just wanted to get that guy taken out a little bit quicker. So I'm going to go down the stairs here, stay hugged right up against the wall. And ultimately I'm going to wait for one of the soldiers to path and stop right here at the door. Now, inside of this bunker, there are going to be 3 enemies. Now, there's going to be one that patrols around the gun itself. There's going to be one that patrols the hallways to the right, which is the one I'm waiting for. And then there's going to be one that patrols the hallways to the left, which will be the next guy that I take out. And so the point of this strategy is just to kind of, since I don't have a mini-map, I don't know exactly where the enemies are in here. Specifically, relatively, I know where they are, but since I can't know exactly where they are in their patrol, it's better to just wait at a known point and then go from there. Because I know the guy at the gun will never come out here. So if I take out the one that patrols up to this point, then I can safely just kind of ignore the rest of the bunker and just go to the left, which ultimately is where the objective is, to take this thing out, at least the way that I'm going to take it out. Right, so there he is. I just need to kind of hide the corner here and shoot him in the head. And note that I shoot him like in his jaw. The reason for that is because I don't have the armor-piercing ammo yet.
This is feeding shells.
Right, so that's the last guy that I'm going to take out. Now I just need to move forward here and attach a grenade to the shell to sabotage it. If for whatever reason you don't have a grenade at this point, there are grenades on the table to the left of the shell.
It'll tear itself apart.
You'll also notice that the gun stopped firing. Once you enter the bunker, it stops firing, so you can't rely on that noise cover. But as soon as I exit the bunker, that sabotaged round will go off and it'll destroy the bunker. Alright, so that objective is done. I'm basically just going to head out the same way I came in. So I'm holding short here because there are enemies that are going to move to respond to the explosion. I just want to make sure that I know where those enemies are and I know what their orientation is to me, so that I'm not going across an open area and then they spot me out and shoot me and I have nowhere to go. So I'm just going to let this guy pass, and then once I'm comfortable that he's not going to turn and look this direction, then I can go. Now I want to stay crouched here as I approach the road. One, because of the enemies to my left, but also because of the enemies that are going to be patrolling the road. The enemies that patrol the road are random. It could be a truck. It could be the motorcycle here with the sidecar. It could be both of them at the same time. It could be none of them. But more often than not, there's usually one that will patrol down once you reach this point. So once I determine the road is clear, I'm just going to go ahead and start heading across. Now, if I remember correctly, I move into this next area a little bit too far to the right, and I catch the attention of the guard at the entry control point on my right, who starts shooting at me.
I'd better go somewhere else.
So that voice line there where Carl says I better go somewhere else, that's how you know enemies have spotted you on authentic difficulty and are moving to engage you, like moving to shoot you. So anytime that I hear that, that'll be my heads up that I need to get away from the area that I was at. But ultimately, I've made it to where I wanted to make it to. And right before I go through this little alleyway door or whatever, my ultimate goal is to move down to this wall and take out this enemy that's patrolling down here. All right, so I take that enemy out because when I leave this area, I'm going to be running back through that section to get to a different objective, and I don't want him to see me. All right, so going into this compound, this is where I want all of the bullets for the weapon that I picked up from the sniper. And you'll see why in a minute. Generally speaking, it takes nowhere near all of the ammo that it has in it. But just in case things get messed up, it's better to have all of it. So what I want to do here is I want to creep up to the edge, and I want to shoot the guy looking at me, and then the one not looking at me, and then I want to move into the building and just hold here on the stairs. As the third and final guy moves to investigate, we can take him down.
Resistance documents.
Right, so that's all of the enemies in here taken care of. I'm now going to move to the objective. I have to get into the attic. Once I get into the attic, I'm going to interact with the workbench, specifically so that I can give my SMG a silencer. And that silencer is the same one that I'm going to use for the rest of the game on my SMG. So essentially, by getting this silencer, I basically now have the same level of sound that I would by shooting this sniper SMG. So I don't need the sniper SMG anymore, and I can go ahead and swap over to my own SMG. Also, for whatever reason, in Sniper Elite 5, and I think it happens in Resistance as well, whenever you interact with a workbench, it unloads all of your weapons. So when you go to move on from a workbench, it's a good idea to reload your weapons with the ammo that you want. So what I'm doing here is I'm placing a teller mine, I think is what they're called. That's for the kill objective in the level, and to also complete the optional challenge objective of killing the kill objective, which is that you have to blow him up. So we're just going to put a mine there, and eventually he'll get in this vehicle, he'll go off, and he'll hit that, and he'll blow up. And I won't have to worry about anybody hearing it, because for whatever reason, mines that explode to destroy vehicles are quieter than your guns. Figure that logic out. Anyways, while I'm waiting for him to get in the car and head up that way to die, I'm going to go ahead and come in here and prep for the next optional objective, which is taking out the coastal defense guns. So I'm not going to blow this one up yet. I need to see that vehicle take off, and ultimately it to blow up. So once he drives by me, I know that I've got enough time to go ahead and light the fuse for the 30-second detonation and get out of here before it goes off.
Target neutralized. So long, Beckendorf. That's one less name on the kill list.
All right, so from here, we're going to go down that road where I told you I need to kill that guy that was kind of pathing over here, because we were going to run down this way. And now my next objective is to kind of go around the church along the backside trails to reach the next bunker. I'm going to stop short here just to make sure that the guy that patrols down this way isn't looking directly at me. So right there, he saw me a little bit. That's why he's got his hand up like he's looking off into the distance. So I know that I'm in range for him to see me. I just need to hold and be patient and wait for him to go back. Now what I can do is once he gets close enough, I can throw a bottle over him so that it lands behind him, which will turn him around so that I can go, which just speeds things up. I can either wait for him to organically turn around, or I can force him to turn around, which is what I do here. Right, so as I move past this wall, There are 2 enemies up here, and sometimes they'll finish their conversation early and be patrolling down to their default spots. As long as I'm crouched, it doesn't matter where they are, they won't be able to see me. But it is a good idea just to make sure that you look up that way, and you have that information. All right, so this is probably the hardest bunker to do because there are multiple enemies here. There are 3 enemies here, and you don't really have any good cover, like long grass or anything like that. So as I approach up, ultimately what I would want is I would want to wait for that enemy that I just killed to be in that position.
Another
Luckily,
bunker
as I
down the
arrived,
beach.
he was already there.
I need to take
So once I take him out, I'll be able to take out the second guy. And then the third enemy will either be in the bunker, he'll be at the end looking away from the second guy I killed, or he'll be looking towards the second guy I killed and he'll be alerted. So I have to figure out which one that is. Unfortunately, he was looking towards that guy and was alerted. So what I need to do now is just swap over to my SMG, which is silenced, and take him out when it's safe to do so. All right, so with that, we can light the satchel charge, and now I can just run straight down to the long grass in front of me. Now, there is an enemy that patrols this bunker. If he was out of the bunker looking this direction, I would not be able to run straight down like I did. So it's very important that if you're coming down like I did, make sure that guy's not looking your direction. So what I need to do now is just wait for that enemy that patrols to be in a position where I can take him out so that I can safely enter the bunker and prep it for the next satchel charge. Alongside that, you might be able to see it. There's a tent structure. Kind of in the middle of a screen there to the left of the bunker in the back, and there's a guard that's patrolling up in the long grass. I need to take that guard out as well. And I need to take that guy out because he's going to be potentially able to see the area that I'm going to run through basically to leave the level. Because once we blow up this last bunker, the level's done, all the objectives are complete, and then I just have to leave. All right, so I whistled there because I could finally see the guard was at the doorway of the bunker. That'll pull him over. That'll allow me to take him out. If for whatever reason you don't want to whistle, you can just wait. Eventually he'll walk like out of the bunker and he'll stop moving, and you can just shoot him with the well rod. But I find the whistle is a little bit more consistent and safer because you can't really miss your melee takedown. All right, so with that guy taken out, I want to keep an eye on that back area, that long grass where that guard is patrolling. I'm going to go ahead and look out here in the trench because there is a guard that will patrol the trench. And ultimately what I would like to do is take the guard out that's in the trench. That way when I explode the bunker, there's nobody to come and investigate and kind of catch me in the back as I run through. So I'm going to poke out of the bunker now and see if I can assess where the guard in the long grass is. So ultimately, I just want to wait for him to stop moving. There are 2 points where he stops moving. The consistent one and the easiest one to take him out at is when he gets kind of over here to where the tent is. There's some sandbags up on the hill. He'll stop right there. That's a really, really good spot to take him out, and I believe that's where I'm going to take him out right now. Yeah, it looks like he didn't want to stop there that time, so. Ultimately, though, what I'm going to do is just wait here until he does stop there, because, again, that's the easiest place to take him out from this distance and at this angle. So I'm just going to hang out here. Eventually, he'll show up and he'll stop and he'll stand there, and then I'll be able to shoot him. All right, finally we got that guy dead. Okay, so now I'm free and clear to go ahead and destroy this bunker and basically move to the exfil location. So again, because I took out the guy in the trench, I took out the guy up here on the hill, I can just run straight through. There is another soldier that patrols way far back in the long grass there that could potentially walk up and look your direction, which is why I looked that direction, because if that happened, you just crouch and keep going. So once I get to the bend here on the road, I just want to go ahead and crouch. There are two enemies up here. There's one that's coded to basically stay in the bunker, and then this one that's coded to stay out here. Now, generally speaking, he'll always be looking away from you, but once in a while, like he just did, he'll like bug out and do this like little 360 circle. So luckily I was prepared for that, and I kind of dipped into this little like nook that was on the side there of the rocks or whatever. But once I get past him, I'm basically free and clear to run up. I am going to take out the two enemies that were at the very start of this area that I didn't take out. And that was mostly because I didn't have the right gear to do it safely. Plus, that's where all the vehicles are kind of roaming around, so it's easy to get one of them to spot it. But what I'm going to do here is take this guy out with the rail rod, and then I'm just going to move forward and take out the second one with the SMG. Now, the second one could be alerted because you don't know whether he saw that or not. So I just want to creep up and make sure that I'm kind of pieing the corner, and if he's there, then I can, you know, take him out safely using that cover. But once those two guys are taken out, I can just move for the exfil location because everyone that would have been along this path, I took out earlier, so I don't have to worry about enemies being here.
Be harder to spot me in that grass.
Lâche ton arme!
We put
All right, so mission 2 is much quicker to do than mission 1. And essentially we have to infiltrate this chateau. And there are 3 different ways to do that.
Let's see what these
The one
Nazis
that I'm
are
going to
up
be doing here takes the far left path to get to the chateau. So that's what you're going to see. So as I move forward here, there's a couple of things I need to consider. There's going to be a lone soldier kind of in the field over here by some equipment. I need to make sure that he's not looking my direction, which generally he never is. But more importantly, this building that's in front of me with the steeple, I need to make sure those guys are not looking towards me when I go past. So right now he's looking out towards my direction, which is, I don't want to say very rare, but generally that won't happen. But it is something that I need to be looking for so that if it happens, I can respond to it. So I'm going to keep running and sprinting until I get to basically the end of this structure. So this enemy that you see at the road can be in a couple of different locations along his patrol path. He can be in that tall, like towards the back end of that tall grass that he's at now. He could be in the road where he was when I came up, or he could be basically right here where I'm hiding. So once I evaluate where he is, then no matter where he is, the strategy is just going to be using noise to bring him over. So because he was so close, my footsteps are what alerted him, but you could use a whistle, you could use a broken bottle to pull him into you if needed.
Die Dinger sehen schwer aus.
I'm going to move forward here and take out these 2 enemies. Now, I don't have to take these enemies out. It just makes it a little bit safer and a little bit faster to just get them out of the way. There's one more enemy in this compound who 90% of the time is just going to be standing right here looking over this ledge. If he's not at that ledge, he'll be walking down the stairs that was behind where he was looking. But once that's clear, I can go ahead and move across. Now, this is very dangerous. You got to be listening. You might not be able to hear it in the audio because I'm talking. But I could hear that the vehicle was coming, and that's why I turned around and ran back. Very similar to the last mission. When I was crossing the road there, and I mentioned vehicles will come down, and it's kind of hard to know what's going to happen because it's all RNG. That's the same thing with this one. So really it's just about listening and looking and then going and hoping you're going to be good to go. So I want to make sure that this bridge is clear. Again, same thing. Vehicles could come here. You just kind of have to go with it. But ultimately what I want to do is I want to get to this and drop down over the backside of the bridge. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to whistle in one at a time these guys that are talking to take them out so I can clear the bridge. This is important to do because once they finish their conversation, they will move off to like path to their default spots. And the default spot for the second guy is to stand exactly where he is and look at the way that I have to walk. So I don't have a choice. I have to get these guys away from that area so that I can continue on. Now I choose to just take them out. That way I know 100% they cannot see me. You could presumably go the path that I'm going to go after I take this guy out and then just throw a bottle over his head to land behind him on the bridge. And that would flip him around. But once he gets done investigating that, it would make it a little bit more dangerous because he would return to that spot and potentially could see you. So I find it's better to just remove all of the obstacles as you go through the level. That way you know that your back is clear, so to speak. So interesting note here, there seems to be a bug where you are not allowed to drop down onto this box. I imagine the developers put it there so that you could, but you actually can't. You can get there and hit the button and nothing will ever happen. So the only thing that you can do is go to the vines and go down them. All right, so all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to keep going forward. This like slope incline here is where that risk of being seen by the guy if I don't take him out would be, because he would be right there where they were standing and would see you here and that would be it. But since I took him out, don't have to worry about that. So I throw a bottle there because unfortunately I got unlucky and there were some birds that were there and I triggered the birds, which would have triggered that guy to come and investigate. And I can't take anybody out here because I can't guarantee the guy in the tower won't see it happen. So to be safe, I have to basically pull their attention to a different location and then run through. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just waiting for the guy in the tower to not be looking this direction so that I can safely continue behind me down the back of this building. As I turn this corner, I need to be looking all the way up on the ledge here. There is an enemy that will patrol beside that AA gun. And he'll stop right there on the ledge. So if he's there, I need to either take him out or wait for him to turn around so I can move forward. Ultimately, though, I'm just going to move here, scale this wall, hop down into this long grass, and follow this all the way up and position to take out two of the enemies that are patrolling, one of which I just spoke about. And then I can move forward and take out 2 more enemies to clear this whole section.
Renovieren Sie den Festsaal.
So the enemy that I mentioned that would patrol down to that AA gun, that's the guy you just saw up on the top there by the stairs. So what I want to do here is I want to take this guy out quickly and then move to whistle in range of that guy to have him come down as well. Okay, so I'm going to quickly move to the other side here and whistle again.
Was? Hallo?
Die Offiziere machen nie irgendwas für uns.
Now, if for whatever reason that guy wasn't pathing there, like if I couldn't physically see that he was there and I didn't know where he was, essentially I would just have to wait until I either hear his footsteps or I see him and then whistle him down. All right, so with this guy taken out, I can move up the stairs now. Now, earlier there were 2 enemies up here that were talking. Their conversation has since ended. So they're going to be in their default spot. So the first one's going to be here on this bridge. And then the second will be up these stairs to the left. Now you can choose to either take him out or not. If it's been a while since the conversation ended, he'll be well beyond that spot. He'll be into the garden and behind a wall, so he'll never see you. Which was the case there, and that's why I didn't go pursue him. So what I want to do right now is go up the stairs here. And I want to wait for the enemy to be at the balcony. Now, luckily for me, he's already there. If he wasn't, I would just sit here and wait for him to show up. But ultimately, once he gets done on the balcony and he turns around, he'll start pathing off towards the hallway, and that's where I'll intercept him. So unfortunately, the other guy that patrols here came down at the same time. That's just really bad RNG. If that happens, and what you're going to see here is I'm just going to wait for that guy to come back, and then I'm going to take him out, and then I'll go and take out the guy that was at the balcony. All right, so all the enemies that I need to worry about on this floor are eliminated. So now I can move forward and do part of the optional objective, which is to get some of these, I can't remember what they call them. They're like, oh, heirlooms. There we go. I was going to call them collectibles. So the first, there's 3 of them we have to get. The first one's here. And I guess the objective calls it stolen antiques.
Bound to be more around here.
So antiques, heirlooms, collectibles, whatever. We got to get 3 of them. So once I get that, I can turn around and basically I'm just going to backtrack until the stairs, and then I'm going to go up to the final floor. Now there's going to be 1 enemy here that just patrols up and down it. If you don't see the enemy here, what I would suggest, because he can move off like out of your line of sight. If you get up here and that's what you see where there's nobody, just wait. Because eventually he will come into view and then you'll know how to approach it to take him out. So I'm just going to wait for him to get to the window. I know from experience he's just going to stop there. So I have time to get behind him and take him out. All right, so we can now move to the main objective, which is Muller's office. And I'm going to pick the lock here and drop down into the office, and it's really that simple.
Closed for repairs. Sounds like my way in. This must be the damaged attic space. Can make my way into Mulder's office through here. A hidden room. Mulder's one crafty not here. False wall panel. Okay, Operation Kraken. Let's see. Kriegsmarine.
So with that, I'm just going to go out the same way that I came in, because I need to continue from the 3rd floor anyways. And if you try to go out the door there, there's an enemy off to your right, and potentially there could be 2 enemies off to your right.
Got what
So as I
came for.
enter into this
Time to
covered
link up with
area,
the
I need to
assistants
turn
and
in
get out of
here and stop on the wall. That's going to be where I'll take out this enemy. He'll hear your footsteps, so he'll automatically start coming. But once he's taken out, I'm just going to pick the lock here. The second of the 3 items that you need is in this.
Another one in the bag. Nice.
So before I get to the steps, you'll notice that I crouched down. There's an officer, which is the next enemy that I'm going to go take out. That's right under that location. And for whatever reason, only in that one spot right before the stairs, as you're going up the stairs, so right in front of the stairs, up the stairs, for whatever reason, it's kind of like a bugged zone where he can hear you. Outside of those areas, he can't hear you, but right there, he can hear you. So it's just a good idea to make sure that you're crouched there so that you don't get that. Now, what I've done here was I was just slowly going back and forth trying to figure out where this guy was. The purpose of that is you really never know where he is. So you kind of want to use the door and the walls as cover because he can potentially be like right there in your face if you just try to like walk in the room.
Die würde ihn wohl auch besiegen.
So for the kill target optional, or not optional, I guess it's the kill target challenge objective. You have to drop this chandelier on the target. So all we're going to do is just sit here and wait. And then once he's done having his conversation, he'll walk off, he'll stand in position, and then I'll drop it on his head.
Na klar, Adalbert Müller hat mir die Schlüssel dagelassen. Da war mein lieber Onkel wohl ein bisschen zu vertrauensselig.
Eine fantastische Idee.
Ah, wunderbar.
Was machen wir mit dir, Becker?
All right, so as soon as he stops moving, I'll be clear to drop it. There we go. And so now I'm going to move to like the center of the rail and the room. And I'm just going to wait for all 4 of the officers in here to move together to investigate. Once they do that, I have to very quickly kill these guys with my SMG. Now, this is a little risky because if you're not very accurate, you could very, very easily take too long and get them shooting at you. And if they start shooting at you, they will pull all of the enemies outside into this location, which would be very, very difficult to then come back from and complete the level without taking damage. All right, so I'm going to move to the opposite end here. I'm going to get my whistle ready, and what I want to do is I want to get to the corner of where I would leave this building and go to the courtyard and go ahead and whistle. There are 2 enemies, you might have seen them there, that are kind of standing together. They're not having a conversation, they're just hanging out there, and if I remember correctly, they do not move from that position, so I have to deal with them. And I'll make clear why in a moment. So as you might have noticed there, he moved to where I whistled, and then he came forward again. That's going to be a very, very common theme in this game, is that if you distract an enemy, they'll come to the location where it occurred first, and then generally speaking, they will walk forward from that location a few more steps and investigate again. At that time, they'll give up the search, and then when they turn around, you're then free again to distract them again. If you distract enemies in this game too early, if they're already going to investigate and then you try to whistle or throw a bottle or something like that again, they will automatically go into alert, where they will run away and they'll hide. And that could potentially pull other enemies into that same status. So we don't want to do that. Anyways, as you can see in that window right through the door, there's a sniper. So I have to take out those guys because I need to be able to move to get across this courtyard to take out the sniper. The sniper has the last of the 3 items that I need to collect on his person. So essentially you just hold on that door, you wait until you see the sniper turn away from the window, and then you go. there is that enemy back there that you saw. I panned the camera back behind me. You need to be paying attention to him. If for whatever reason he's looking directly at you, you are probably going to have to shoot him. Okay, so we take the sniper out, loot the body. That'll get the last one.
Should give these to the resistance. Keep them out of nuts.
And that's the level done. Now all I have to do is leave. And leaving's pretty simple, as long as you're patient. So I got a little bit of bad RNG here, where the enemy that patrols from that, God, what is it called? That structure that's in front of me. I'm blanking on the word right now. I want to call it a pagoda, but I don't think that's right. I don't know. Anyways, the structure in the background, center of the screen, at the top of your screen. He patrols from there to the structure that's behind the fountain, along the railing. So he patrols back and forth there. I got some bad RNG here where he must have been on his way back first and then stood at the one at the center of the screen and then patrolled back, which took forever. And usually that's not the case. Usually this happens much faster, but no matter what, you just want to be patient here and wait for him to be walking back. So from the right to the left. When that happens, you can take him out. You cannot take him out when he's at the structure behind the fountain because there are enemies down over the railing to the right that will see it. So the only time you can take him out is when he's moving from that structure behind the fountain back to where he's walking from right now. Now, as I move forward here, I need to evaluate the enemies that are down the stairs because if they're in the right orientation, I don't have to take out that enemy, which is what ends up happening. I can just kind of hold here and wait because I know that that enemy is going to turn, the one all the way in the back. And so once he's by the truck, I can go ahead and shoot this guy. And now I'm free to just go ahead and move all the way down. Now you could take this guy out with a shot, you could take him out with melee, or you could just walk right by him. I choose to take him out with a shot. But once he's done, that's pretty much the last enemy that I'm going to take out. All you need to know is that once you cross into this field, you need to move very quickly because at your 10 o'clock, there's a guy on that ridge with binoculars that will spot you if you take too long to get to the exfiltration point.
Molder's still out there.
All right, guys. So mission 3, like the beginning of mission 3 kind of sucks. It's a little difficult because of how many snipers are at the very start of the mission. But ultimately, like right when you have control of Carl, you want to move as quickly as you can to the long grass that's right here in front. Once I get to this, I'm looking through to the enemy by the sandbags, and as soon as he turns, that's my cue to run. If you take too long to do this, there will be another enemy up by the tree that's kind of towards the middle of the screen that will see you. So you have to move very, very quickly there. Now, once I make it to this part of the bridge, I'm going to go down into the long grass. That's to avoid the sniper that's off in the distance. And I'm going to move all the way down to the very edge of it. And when the enemy that's in front of me at the top of those stairs turns around, I'm going to stand up and walk, not sprint, over to this position and keep going until I get to the tall grass. And if you do it right, your footsteps should alert this guard and pull him over to you. Right, so at this point, I need to stand by and I need to wait because I'm going to get the motorcycle with the sidecar patrol coming through here, and I need to wait until they pass me before I can go forward. At the same time, I need to know where the sniper's position is, up on that ledge, which is what I was looking at. So once I determine that the sniper won't see me and the patrol is gone, I can move forward to this pot right here. And now I need to wait for the plane environmental noise to come again so I can take out this enemy. You absolutely cannot move forward here without aggroing this guard to shoot at you, at least in any way that I tried. So the only option here is to take him out. Now, if the timing is right as he starts to come back, that's when the environmental noise should start. Right, so once he's taken out, I heard and saw earlier that the motorcycle patrol had already gone by, and I checked the sniper's position. I need the sniper to move from the direction he's looking before I can go forward. So once I see him physically turn, I'm going to go ahead and sprint forward. I want to stop sprinting before I get too close to the bridge because I don't want to pull anybody. And then I'm going to get into this long grass, make sure that I've got that white silhouette around me telling me that I'm hidden. And then I need to wait for the environmental noise to take out this sniper. Okay. With that sniper taken out, I just need to wait to ensure that the motorcycle patrol is past me, and then I can move forward. Now, as I move forward here into the long grass, there is an enemy that patrols here, so I need to make sure I know what his position is, and I need to take him out. Now, for whatever reason, that should have been a kill shot. You saw the blood. I didn't hit him in the helmet, otherwise the helmet would have flown off. And the game just didn't respond the way that it should. That's a bug. It happens very rarely, but it does happen. Unfortunate, but that's okay. I got through it. So now I need to just make sure that I'm crouched because I don't want the sniper to be able to see me. That's up at my top left. And there are enemies on the bridge, so if I move too quickly, they'll hear that as well. Ultimately, though, I want to move to this long grass. There's going to be an enemy right here by the gate that I need to take out. My preferred method of taking this guy out is just taking him out when he stops to rest up against the concrete pillar or whatever, where the urn is at, or the flower pot or whatever that is. Okay. So with that guy taken out, I can now move forward, and I'm just going to move forward to the next set of long grass, basically on the other side of the area. There will be one enemy on this side that patrols this area. All I'm going to do is whistle him over and take him out, unless he's in a position that I can shoot him.
Moment mal.
Right. So now I can move forward. I need to make sure that I'm paying attention to both where the sniper is oriented and where this guard back here is looking. So because I know that he's in that default spot right before he turns around to leave, and I have the environmental cover, I can sprint through, I get in position, and then I whistle him over once the environmental noise is done. From here, I want to continue on the far left side of this area. There are two enemies off to my right talking, so I want to get through here very quick and as far back and away from them as possible. Now, as I enter this area, I'm going to go ahead and crouch because there are enemies patrolling on the wall above me. And as you can see, there are birds in front of me. If there are birds in front of me, I have to wait for the environmental noise before I continue. Because if I walk through here and those birds fly off, they will alert the enemies in the area that I'm about to go, and I don't want that. And it's not a given that there will always be birds here, just the majority of the time. If there are no birds here, then you can just go ahead and go. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and stand up. Now I can move. As I come to the top of here, there's an enemy to my left and to my right. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cover down here and I'm going to whistle, but I'm not gonna know which one I'm gonna get. I'm also not gonna know if I get both of them with one whistle. So the rule here is once you whistle once, you cannot whistle again until you know whether you've only gotten one or both of them with the whistle. So as soon as I take this guy out, you're going to have about a 20 count before the next enemy will come in if you pulled more than one enemy. So I looked at the enemy here and it looked like he wasn't pulled by the whistle. But then he turned, and when he turned, that was my key indicator that he was alerted and he was about to come to me. So once I see him start to run, I know that I've got him. You do have a couple of options there. If the whistle didn't attract him when you attracted the first enemy, then what you could do is either whistle again and pull him in, or you could wait for him to be turned away and then go where I'm going now. Simply put, because there's not going to be any need for us to go where he patrols. I just have to get by him right there. Now, as I was running to this location, you might have seen there was an enemy at the top of the steps. That's complete RNG, whether he's there or not. My best advice is if you're running through there and you see that he's there, if he's still walking, keep running. But if he's standing there, you're going to have to take him out. All right, so once I climb to the top here, I want to quickly get over to the other side. That's why. So that's the worst RNG you can get, is when the guy's just standing there looking at you. But it's okay as long as you quickly get to the other side. He'll come to investigate, and then you can take him out. All right, so I want to move around now into the structure here. There's going to be a file that we have to get to progress the mission along. I'm going to whistle right before I get to the top of the stairs there, though, because if you're in the building, the whistle will not pull in the guard. So you have to whistle while you're still kind of outside and within line of sight of him. Okay, that allows me to take him out. Now, the reason I picked up that pistol was because if you don't pick it up, you could run the risk of when that guy comes up, you go to hit the button to take him out, but you pick up the pistol instead. Anyways, once he's out of the way, I got the document, I got some of the ammo and stuff that I needed there, and now I'm moving up to the top of this little courtyard section. I'm going to move to this location, and I'm going to whistle for this guard to come to me so I can take him out. If you get here and there's no guard there, you just simply need to wait. And if you don't want to wait, you can throw a bottle down into that alley, which will pull him forward. But it won't guarantee that he'll walk all the way to the top of the steps. So once he's taken out, I'm going to move into this building. I'm going to grab this shoe mine, and I'm going to move back out to where I just took this guy out, and I'm going to place the shoe mine right at the entrance of it. In the event that something goes wrong and the AI gets messed up, one of the guards, one of the two guards that's down here can run this back way, and I would never know he was there because it's silent. So I put the shoe mine there as kind of like insurance. So I go ahead and whistle here. The whistle will work if you can physically see one of them, like if you saw one of them walk by the window or the door. If not, you can throw a bottle right at where the stairs would start to go down, and that will definitely pull at least one of them in. Majority of the time, it will pull both of them. So I've taken the first guy out. I'm just waiting, doing that 20 count again to see if the second guy comes up or not. If he doesn't, then we just rinse and repeat. I would go forward, try to whistle or throw a bottle. But if he does come, then I don't have to worry about it. So at this point, I'm thinking he didn't get drawn in by the first whistle. So I throw a bottle, and as you can see, and as I mentioned earlier, that takes care of it. So he'll come up to investigate, and then I can take him out. All right, I'm going to go ahead and grab my mine because I will likely need this coming up. I'll go ahead and grab this silenced rifle. And so this road that's adjacent to where I am, there are always one, but sometimes two motorcycle sidecars that will patrol this road. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a shoe mine down right here, and then I want to whistle right on top of it. But before I can do that, I need the enemy to be close enough to it so that he hears the whistle. Okay, so I got his attention here. Unfortunately, what's about to happen is the game is coded such that if any vehicle is moving and an enemy to me, but a friendly to them, walks in front of their path, you'll hear a horn honk, which you heard a second ago. That will reset everything going on with that enemy. So that enemy was coming to investigate. It heard my call, my whistle, and the enemy was coded to come and investigate. As soon as it got in the path of the vehicle, it interrupted that and defaulted them back. So now I have to do it again. And now hopefully we don't get that guy walking across the road when the motorcycle sidecar comes back down for its patrol. But ideally what you want is you want this guy to come down and walk right on top of the shoe mine and it blow up. If for whatever reason the shoe mine was used earlier as the backup in the scenario that I gave you, then what you would need to do is you would whistle this guy down. You would whistle him as far down as you possibly could on these stairs, and then you would wait for the environmental noise, and wherever the environmental noise happened, you would use this rifle I'm holding to then shoot him until he was dead. So as you can see at the top of the screen, there's an enemy up there that's patrolling. What I need to do is I need to take him out. And I need to take him out from range. I cannot walk forward. Right now, those stairs, you can see the ramp going up on the left side of your screen or middle of your screen now. The enemies up those stairs have not spawned in yet. There is a trigger that I have to walk over, like a line in the sand, so to speak. And when I cross that, those enemies will spawn in. Okay? I do not want to spawn those enemies in until I take this guy out. Because the timing on how you have to move through that area is very, very, very tight. And if I'm out in the open of the road as I go to do that, I'm going to have a problem. So what I'm doing right now is I'm putting a mine in the road to hopefully deal with the patrol. Sometimes the patrol will get stuck. And what I mean by stuck is they bug out and they just never come back down the road. But if they do come down the road, I want to blow them up down there away from where I'm about to go so nobody hears it. I'm going to take this guy out, and now that he's dead, I can run forward. At this point, I'm just like nervous. because it hasn't been long enough for me to consider the motorcycle patrol bugged out, but it's also been longer than I feel like it should have taken. So I'm giving it an extra little bit, and I'm waiting for the environmental noise so I can sprint. So all I have to do is make it to this part of the stairs right here at the top of the first set. And once I'm here, even if the patrol goes down and up the road, they'll never see me. So what I'm doing is I'm waiting. There's an enemy right above me, and I might angle the camera in a second so you can see the top of their head. But what I'm doing right now is I'm waiting for the enemy at the top of those stairs that's off in the distance to walk down. There's the top of the guy's head. To walk down and turn around and walk away. When he does that, the enemy that's right above me will also turn around. And that will give me an opening to take that enemy out and then move forward and take out the enemy that you see is coming into frame right now on the top of those stairs. So as soon as this guy turns around, I'm going to start to move. All right, perfect. The guy above me should also be moving. Now I can just jump over the ledge, take him out. And then what I want to do for this next guy is I'm just going to stand up and move. And my footsteps will basically get his attention and pull him towards me.
Was?
All right, so now I can move forward, and there's one more enemy that I need to take out before I head inside the building here. It's going to be this enemy that's right in front of me. Now, if I get good timing and this enemy's walking away from me, I don't need to worry about him. But if he's walking towards me, I have to deal with him, or I have to wait for him to go away again. And his patrol path is pretty long, so if he's walking towards you, it's a little bit quicker to just go ahead and take him out. So I whistle him in, and then we'll take him out, and then I can move on. So as soon as I get to the end of this walkway, I'm going to crouch and open this door. And I'm going to cover down on this right side here. I'm going to hang out here and just wait, because shortly there's going to be a guard that's going to come up and stop right at the top and look over this ledge. Now, once I can see that the two enemies on the ground are facing away from this area, then I can move forward and take him out.
Time to get climbing.
As soon as I enter into this hallway, I'm going to stop short of turning the corner, take out this guy. And now I can move forward to the top of these stairs. Now, as I turn to go up these stairs, I'm just going to go up far enough to see over the top to see where this enemy is at. This enemy will path down towards the stairs and then turn at the last moment. However, I cannot stay visible on those stairs because he would be able to spot me. So I'm going to cover down right here on the wall, and as soon as I see him turn, I'm going to move. Now, once I get to the top, as soon as I turn, I'm going to be cleared to go ahead and take him out.
Better keep climbing.
Hello?
So it's a little unfortunate that second guy I took out there was a little bit ahead of schedule. So that's just bad RNG. The reason he got alerted was you could see the bullet hole right there in the wall because of the armor pierce. It went through the enemy that I shot, the first one, and hit the wall, and he heard that. But if it all happened normally, you would shoot the first guy, and then you would just wait for a little bit, and the second guy would walk out just like he did there and turn looking towards the stairs, and then you could just take him out. So I'm going to hold short at the top of these stairs because I need to wait for this enemy to walk by the door. I'm only good to get up and run there because of the environmental noise. Otherwise, I would just crouch up to him and take him out.
I need to find a way in.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take out this officer. I am going to loot this guy.
Something tells me this body.
He'll have the key to the meeting room door. I'm going to cover down here, and I'm going to wait for the enemy that patrols this area to get close enough to me that I can whistle him over and take him out. Now, I can't remember if it happens here, but the majority of the time, for whatever reason, when you take this guy out, he like phases through the wall and despawns. There we go. That's great. I'm glad I actually got that on this run because it's really funny. That's one of the only enemies that I found in the entire game that does that. It's interesting.
This is it.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and grab a satchel charge from up here because I'm going to need it to break through a door later on. I'm going to go ahead and go into the meeting room. And as soon as I open this door, I'm going to cover down on the boxes that are right in front of me. So for the kill target here, the challenge objective is to kill him using a melee attack. Luckily for us, when this meeting concludes and they all start to walk out, they all come and walk out single file. And the kill target is at the back of that single file line.
Interesting.
So all I have to do is wait for that kill target to come right in front of me, and then I can just turn the corner and take him out.
Vor wenigen Tagen auf Guernsey eingetroffen. Und dank ihrer neuen Transportlösung sind die Ergebnisse der Feldtests vielversprechend.
Das hört man doch gern. Ihre Gäste dürften in den nächsten Tagen eintreffen. Mir wurde gesagt, dass man Ihre diskrete Unterbringung arrangiert hat.
Ja, Meyer hat ein reizendes kleines Landhaus gefunden. Es ist seit unserer Invasion verlassen und dort haben schon einige wichtige Besucher gewohnt.
Dann sind wir wohl auf dem richtigen Weg. Müssen wir noch etwas besprechen? Hat Möller irgendwelche Bedenken? Ist das Problem mit der Resistance gelöst?
Voll und ganz. Bei all dem und den Ergebnissen aus unserer Testeinrichtung dürfte Möller mit diesem Dossier und meinem Bericht äußerst zufrieden sein. Falls Sie nichts weiter dagegen einzuwenden haben.
Ich habe nichts mehr hinzuzufügen und vor allem muss ich mein Flugzeug kriegen. Wir sind hier fertig. Endlich.
Factory, the channel, a black site. Whatever Kraken is, it's being made and tested there. That's a lot to take in. Should take a dossier. Hard evidence is always useful.
Now, after I take out our kill target, I am going to take out the other two guys. I'm just going to shoot them with an SMG. And the reason for that is because they will patrol out in such a way that could interfere with my route to do everything else I need to do. So it's safer to just take them out now. That way I don't have to worry about them messing anything up later.
Got all the information I need. but this dossier will make for solid proof of Kraken. All right, time to.
All right, so once I get down to the bottom here, I'm going to move back around to the next zip line. And as I look down, I need to see if there are birds there. If there are birds, I need to shoot the birds first before I go down. If I get down here and I land and the birds are there, it will call enemies over. And it will also mess up the dialogue in the next room for the optional objective. But regardless, once I'm here, I'm just moving into position to take this guy out. And with him taken out, I can go ahead and move forward. I do have to pay attention to the enemy that can be looking in front of me and the enemy that can be looking out from the church. So I see that the church is clear. I need to clear down this way as well. And you can see maybe that there's a little silhouette of a person kind of at the bottom left of that entryway. And so I was just waiting for him to turn around. Once he turned around, that was my opening to move forward.
What is all this?
Now, this conversation and this optional objective to take out the instructor is very, very simple if you use this method. But as I mentioned earlier, if you mess up those birds, then you will bug out this conversation, and this conversation will never finish.
Ah, damn it all. No one's going to pay attention to something that small, are they? Oh, well, I'll just tell my wife not to worry then. Don't worry, honey. Everyone orders 3 beers like this in America. Fine, fine. Damn it. You take the lead then. You're so good at this. No. I know how to not get us killed. It's you letting the site down. Fine. Just give me a few minutes.
So now that their conversation is over, he's going to turn around and walk to the left, and the other 3 soldiers are going to walk over to the right and look at the wall. So as he moves over to here, we can go ahead and take him out and then simply just leave the room. Now there is an enemy, and I don't know where this enemy comes from. I think the enemy spawns once you kill the objective target. But there is an enemy that will now come out and duplicate the exact same pathing and route of the enemy that I called over and killed when I first dropped down after the zipline. So I have to wait for this guy to be in a position where I can get by him or kill him without being spotted by the guy that's on my right that was over by that entryway. And then at the same time, I still need to consider the enemy that can path out from the church and look down the steps towards this area. So unfortunately, he gets to his position a little bit faster than I can get there. And I have to take him out right here, but that's okay. Any of the enemies going alert right here doesn't matter. Because we're going to be well out of this area before anybody comes and finds me. So I'm going to get to this entryway and I'm going to hold short here. I basically need to wait. You're going to see a shadow, a person's shadow kind of pop out from around this corner. When I see that shadow, I'm going to go ahead and whistle right here. You have to whistle like kind of in the doorway, so to speak. or beyond it, because similar to that enemy a while back that was guarding that entry control point, it will not work if you're on this side of the entryway. Okay, so with him taken out, there are 2 enemies left. There's going to be one on the bridge or inside the building. And then there's going to be one here that you can see in front that will path back and forth. So since he's turning around, I know that I have more than enough time to move up here, but I don't know where the enemy that's on the bridge is at. However, as I get over here, I see that he's up against the door. So I'm just going to move over to the right, which will line of sight him. And then I'm going to move forward and take him out. I'm not worried about that guy hearing me because I can just shoot him with the SMG, and I'm far enough away from the other guy that it won't matter. So something that I forgot here, this is actually an old strat. It didn't take any extra time, but if you go up the stairs, there's a key up there that will open that door. So I should have just run up there and grabbed the key and then open the door, but using an explosive to bust that open is fine too. And I waited for the environmental noise there because it was convenient, because it was already happening as I was starting to aim. But you don't actually need to wait for that. You can blow that open and just go, because you'll be so far away from the epicenter of that noise that none of the enemies will get down here to find you. So after I open this door, I need to cover down and wait for the sniper to path in front of me so I know where he is along his patrol path. So as the sniper moves, I'm going to move, and we'll simply come up behind him and take him out. Now, the ideal way to do this would be to just sneak up to him and take him out with melee. However, there's an enemy that patrols right under him. And if you walk up and you try to take him out with melee, they'll see you anyways. So it's easier to just take him out, I find, with a shot. And if this guy is alerted, just shoot him. If he's not alerted, then you can still shoot him, or you can wait for environmental noise, or wait until he's closer, whatever you want to do. It doesn't really matter. It looks like I chose to wait for him to be a little bit closer. And for environmental noise. So there are 3 enemies that stand between me finishing this level. We're going to take all 3 of them out. So as I get to the top of these vines, I need to be looking over to my right and in front of me to determine where the enemies are. So I saw the first one in front of me is over by the door to this small church. And I see that this one is over the ledge to the right. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to move forward and take out this guy first. Now that he's pathing back into the church, I'm just going to wait right here by the door. And as he comes out, I'm going to take him out. And then I'll be able to swing back around and take out the other one, unless that enemy gets into position before I take this guy out. You can kill whichever one you want first. It just depends on where they are in relationship to each other. Because what you absolutely don't want to happen here is that one of them sees the other one die. Because then they'll go off and hide and you won't know exactly where that is, which would be very dangerous. Okay, so as soon as I can see this guy, I walk forward, take him out. And then I'll be able to go through the church and take out the second guy. Now, the reason for taking these out is because taking out the third guy can be a little risky if things go wrong. And if things go wrong, you'd want to retreat back up to this church. And you want the freedom to do that without having to worry about enemies. But if I remember correctly, everything happens fine here. Basically, what we'll do is we'll wait for the guy that patrols to get to the very end of his patrol. And then he'll stop and turn around, and we can engage him as he's moving from there. All right, so the last thing I need to do is I need to be looking at the bridge in front of me, and I need to be looking for the sniper to walk either direction. I don't care which direction he goes. I just need to see him walking from one side to the other. The way that the sniper works with his patrol is he'll walk across, and then also at one point he'll walk and he'll stop right at where the vines are, like if you were to climb up to that bridge via the vines. And when he stops right at the vines, he's obviously going to be looking out this direction, and he would be capable of seeing me. I need to ensure that that's not the case. So I need to see him walk past these vines in either direction. And then once I see that, I'll know that I'm clear to go to the exfil point and be done with the mission. So before I exit the building, I need to make sure that I grab the rat bomb. I need this for the challenge on the kill target for this mission.
It should help you take something out.
Now, before I get on the zip line, I want to make sure that I crouch. That's because sometimes when I get to the end of this zip line, one of these guys, usually the one on the right, will be turned around. And if that happens, you want to be crouched as soon as you land. But if that's not the case, I can just sneak up and do a 1-2 and take both of them out.
Should do some recon.
I want to quickly get over here on this railing. And I want to wait for the enemy that's off in the distance by the building to path down to his default spot and look out towards the right side of the screen. So as you may notice, there's a little bit of environmental noise cover that's happening from the water. I'm going to take advantage of that, and I'm going to use that for both of these enemies. So I'm going to shoot this one all the way off in the distance. And you'll notice that the one closest to me didn't hear it. It was simply because of the noise suppression on the rifle and the environmental noise cover. So with both of those out of the way, I can just move all the way down to the end here now. As I make my way to the steps, I need to make sure that at the top of these, I come down and crouch before I push into the next area, because I don't want these two at the window to be alerted. I'm simply just going to creep up to the window here, use the SMG, and take them both out.
better move.
Was zur...
Once those two are taken out, I want to quickly get in the building and move all the way down to the left and up against the wall. There will be one enemy that's going to be pathing into this room from the left, and then shortly after that enemy, there will be one from the right. So I'm just going to wait for him to turn around, put his gun away, and then I'll go in and take him out.
Ist da jemand?
I'm going to move over to the doorway on the right, and I'm just going to hold short right here at the edge so that I can sneak up and take this guy out. And again, you'll notice that inside this factory or whatever this is, I have a little bit of environmental noise cover, so I can get up and move and run, and they won't hear it until I'm right on top of them.
Satchel charge will take care.
So as I make my way down the stairs, I just want to make sure that I know where the one that paths back and forth is. Since he's here on the right, I'm just going to go ahead and shoot him. I'm going to do this with the SMG because I do have the noise cover. And then I can just walk up on this guy and take him out. So that'll take care of all the enemies that are inside of this building. And now I can hit both of these pressure valves and take out the generator.
One more valve should do the trick. Okay. Let's put the Nazis under a little more. Generator's overloaded. Good. That'll slow down production.
Now that the objective is complete, I'm going to go ahead and move outside.
Power's out. Factory disrupted. Definitely a good thing.
And as I get towards the end here where the stairs are, I just want to make sure that I go crouch. I'm going to take out this enemy first. I'm now going to make my way to the corner where his body is. And I want to be looking off kind of towards the middle of this open area. There's going to be a soldier. You can see him there patrolling. And he moves into two different locations. It doesn't really matter which location he's in. Ultimately, I need to get into this tall grass. And eventually he'll move to right in front of me. When he gets to that position, I'll be able to take him out.
Was? Hallo?
Once the soldier's taken out, I need to take a quick glance up to the observation tower. Just make sure that that light is pushed away from me. And then I'm going to quickly move around the side and just kind of follow the area up along the right side to get to this position right under the next observation tower. Now what I want to do here is I want to open this crate. There's going to be some ammo in it that I'm going to want to pick up. And now I'm just going to move forward. And as long as I stay out of the road for the most part, I'll avoid getting spotted by the guys in the tower. So I'm just going to cover down right here, and I'm going to wait for the patrol that comes out of the building to this back loading dock area. Now this enemy can vary depending on RNG. So it can be a regular soldier or it could be an officer. It just all depends on what luck you get each time you come into the level. However, the approach that I'm going to take here will be successful no matter what type you get. The only reason I bring that up is because If, for example, you try to approach a regular soldier and they turn around and you have to rush them to melee them, you would be successful on a regular soldier, whereas an officer you would not be. So the enemy type does matter. But the way that I do this is as they start to move, I start to move. And ultimately, they'll walk up kind of towards the wall area and they'll stop. And when they get to that position, that's when you'll want to take them out.
High quality steel. I need to do
so with that enemy out of the way, I can now move into the facility. There will always be an enemy standing right here. And again, this will vary what type of enemy it is. So as I approach this first bridge section, generally speaking, there can be 1 or 2 enemies up here on this bridge. If there's 1, I usually take them out. If there's 2, I usually just kind of go by them, and as I get to the bridge, you'll want to go prone to get by without being seen. Ultimately, though, I want to get to the ladder. I want to move up the ladder quickly. There was a guy on the second bridge in the back. You can't actually start to move forward and go up the ladder until that enemy is looking away from your direction. Anyways, so I want to get into this position. Both of these enemies are going to have a conversation, and then once they're done, they'll do what they're doing now, which is to path away. It is very, very important that I take out this first enemy quickly enough that I have enough time to get the second one. So as soon as he turns to start moving away from me, that's when I'm going to pop out and kind of get up behind him. I'm going to stand up, get a little bit of a run. That'll give me a little bit of distance to close the gap here. And then when this Jaeger kind of leans over the rail, that's when I'm going to pop out to take my shot. So that should take care of all of the enemies that I need to eliminate here. I'm going to go ahead and sabotage the objective here, and then I can move out and up to the roof so that I can get away from this area.
Well, that was easy. Moving on.
So as soon as I make it up to the top, I'm just going to take a real quick glance, see where people are down below and beyond, and then I'm going to go ahead and take the zip line down and get behind the sandbags here. If that enemy that was off in the distance in front of me, the one that I'm looking at right there, if he was looking towards me, I would just hold on the sandbag. If not, I can do what I did here and just run off.
Here's where they
but once that enemy starts moving away, I can move to this position as long as the enemy that was in the tower as I was running up the road isn't looking my direction. Anyways, once I'm inside the facility here, I want to make my way down to the ground level. And there's going to be one enemy right in front of me here. Take him out. There'll be some bolt cutters here I can pick up. And then I'm going to move into position behind some of these barrels. And I'm going to wait for the scientist to be close enough to me. Luckily this time he was already in position, and I knew that because I didn't see him in his other position. So I was able to just go right to him. But you want to move, like if you see him off in the distance, you'll want to move up behind those barrels and just wait for him to move into that position so you can just quickly get up and take him out. Because of the environmental noise cover inside of this factory, you can just run by the door there. They're not going to hear you. Once I get to this position, I'm going to stop, and I want to evaluate where this soldier is in his path. Luckily for me, he was at the end of it. So as soon as he went to turn, I knew he was going to be starting the long path, so I could just run up and take him out. I do want to shoot this guy from here. I do not want to walk up and do a melee takedown on him, because sometimes if you do a melee takedown on him, the next enemy that we're about to take out inside of the control room will see you and go into alert, such that when you open the control room door, he'll already be looking in your direction and could potentially shoot you during the animation.
There's some way to screw up the production line from here.
All right, so that takes care of the objective, and now all I have to do is basically just retrace my steps as quickly as I can. Again, because of the environmental noise, I don't have to worry about anybody hearing me. There are two soldiers under me right now. They're not going to hear me running, so I can just sprint all the way back, essentially to where I came into the building. Now, as I get down here, I want to hold tight because there's usually a soldier pathing back, just like this. But once he turns back around and looks towards the tower, I'm good to get up and move. So I'm going to go all the way to the top level here, and I'm going to take this all the way down to the end. This will allow me to access a pipe that will then allow me to access the next objective area safely without having to go through any enemies. As I come to the end of this, I'm going to go ahead and take out this guy, and then I can go ahead and drop down. Now, as I drop down, I want to make sure that I hit the first switch overload.
Okay.
And now I can move all the way up to take care of the valve.
This thing's already sounding unhealthy.
Now again, because of the environmental noise inside of this area, I can just sprint. And as long as you move quickly enough as I have here, none of the enemies that are patrolling beneath you will be in line of sight of you to see you. So with that, that will take care of the overload. Now I just need to move towards the exit here. Now as I make my way down and towards the exit, there's going to be two enemies right outside the door. What I want to do here is, for the first enemy, I want to edge forward, spamming the melee button so that I can get it to activate, and you'll see that it pulled him back a little bit. That's just to guarantee that this guy doesn't see him. So now I want to move all the way to the left. This is the edge of the map, and there's a checkpoint down here that vehicles come through, and there's one soldier that guards that entry control point. So I just need to be careful not to make too much noise to draw their attention. Now, as I got to the edge there, I want to look down the road, make sure that the armored car that patrols isn't looking this direction. Sometimes the armored car bugs out and it never patrols, and then sometimes it does. It feels like about a 50-50 chance. Regardless, though, I want to move to here, and I want to take this guy out. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back, and this will put me in a good position to deal with the checkpoint if I need to. And the reason why you'd want to deal with the checkpoint here is because if you take this guy out at the checkpoint, there's no enemies around you that can hear your rifle go off. So I would then have the option to take out the 3 enemies that are down the road with my sniper rifle. Right now, I'm just trying to find my shot, and I haven't had anything that felt super comfortable. So I hear this vehicle coming up from behind me, which is normal. This happens from time to time, but they'll stop because of the body, which is one of the other reasons why I leave it where it is. So that if a vehicle does come up, it gives me a little bit of a buffer, and then I can take them out as they're stepping out of the vehicle. As enemies come in and out of vehicles, they can't do anything. They're locked into an animation. So it makes it really, really easy to take them out. Again, I'm just trying to find my shot here while kind of tiptoeing around the the armored car. Now, unfortunately, I was messing around with another run idea for Sniper Elite 5 after I got this run done, and I realized that there is a back way to do this much, much easier. So everything I'm doing here is kind of like dumb now in retrospect, because there's a way that you can just go around all this and end up in the back where the sound generator or whatever is that I could break to mask my noise. But what I'm doing right now is where that like generator is, there's an enemy that patrols there down to the lower ground. And that's what makes this, like, going this way dangerous. So I guess if you're trying to do this yourself, just take that route that goes behind that I didn't know about until after I did the run. It'll save you a lot of headache and a lot of time. So now that I'm up here, I'm going to move to the back to take out the enemy that's back here. If you were to go over to your right side here, when you get to the back of the wall, that would be the area that connects the back way that I mentioned earlier that I didn't know about. Anyways, once that guy's taken out, I'm going to go ahead and move up here, take out the generator so that I can get the environmental noise cover. And then there's only one enemy left here that I need to take out. You can see him there, dead middle of the screen. So I'm just going to wait until I've got the right noise to cover these shots, and then I'm going to take him out. So what I want to do at this point is I want to wait for the armored car to come back around. And the reason for that is because I need to know that I have the max amount of time to stage the ambush that I need to put down on the road. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and drop this. There's two soldiers that stand right under that cargo net. So by shooting that, it takes care of them. And I'll need to get them out of the way anyways, because those enemies would potentially be able to see me after I deal with the armored car. Alright, so with the armor car driving away, I'm going to be good to now move down to the road. And so the strategy here varies because it's really inconsistent whether you get an actual kill or not. You'll always disable the armored car, but I would say 1 in every 3 times that I did this, the armored car would actually explode. Most of the time it would just be disabled and then just sitting there. So, and I'm pretty sure that's what happens here, if I remember correctly. But regardless, if it is incapacitated, then the idea is basically, if you have extra TNT, you can throw those to blow it up. If not, you can loot the bodies, like the one that I killed down this alley. And if I'm lucky, I could get a TNT, and then I could throw that at him. You could throw grenades, even though grenades are kind of hit or miss. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But worst case scenario, I would just ignore this. Now that it's here and it's not moving, it's no longer a threat to me. But it is in my way to get to the exfil point and complete the mission. So eventually I'm going to have to deal with it. But there are more than enough enemies for me to loot from now until then, that I should get a TNT. Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to try my hand at maybe getting lucky here. I got a grenade. Run back, throw the grenade, see if it blows it up. If I remember correctly, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't look like that, did it? As I like swing this corner out onto the street though, I do like to just make sure it's not looking this way. It's more of like a safety blanket. I don't think I've ever had it shoot at me from this distance, but just to be super safe. 2 hours into a run, you know, what's a little bit of extra time to be certain that I'm not going to get shot. So I'm just waiting for the turret to look away from me. Now, as I get to the top of the stairs here, I'm going to want to hold short of the door and wait for the Jaeger to patrol through. Now, sometimes you can look through the window here on the left side of the wall and you'll see the Jaeger there. If that's the case, then I would be able to just go straight in to this area and take him out. But if I can't see him in that room and I don't see him doing what he's doing now, the best thing to do is just to wait until I see this.
Shipping manifest should be in here.
And then I know I
That
can
must be
safely
where
go
they
up and
keep
take
the
him out.
private manifests.
I'm gonna go ahead and loot his body. Boom, got a
Nothing
TNT,
else
so
to
I'm good to
find.
go. Right, so I'm gonna wait for this Jaeger to stop moving and be looking out towards the center of this warehouse. Once that's the case, I'll be able to take him out. I'm gonna run forward here and jump over the rail. This is just so I don't get the hanging animation. And then once I hit the stairs here, I want to go crouch. There's going to be an enemy at the very top in this control room, and I'll be able to take him out as long as I don't make noise to alert him. All right, so with him down, I can go ahead and loot him for the
Should
key.
search this body.
And now I'm going to
Safe
head back to where I
combination
killed the
number.
first one
Good.
to access
This'll
the
save you
safe.
some trouble.
Alright, so one more stop to make here. Essentially, I just have to go take out
Now
the
I've gotta
kill
lead on
target.
What to hit next? Time to get out of here.
Alright, so if I remember correctly, yes, I decide to go back and take out the armored car. That's just so that after I take out the kill target, I should be able to just move straight to the exfil point without having to worry about anything. In retrospect, I probably should have done this after the kill target, but sometimes the kill target can get a little messed up in how you get to and back from the kill target, and if that happens, it's nice to have the option to just basically stand up and run for the exit and hope I get there without getting shot. So we should get the big explosion here in a second. There it is. All right. Oh yeah, I remember this. So this was weird. I had never before had this enemy pathing in the direction that I needed to go. So where this enemy is walking is basically the way that I path to the kill target. And that enemy is supposed to actually be like down the train tracks, like all the way towards the building. Very rarely do they ever come down this far, so that kind of caught me off guard. I think in like 150 hours of doing runs in this game to try to get this done, I'd seen that guy here like one other time. So very, very rare. But anyways, I waited for the light, the guy on the spotlight, to be looking away from the middle of the road so that I could run across. And then once you're across the road, you're basically just following everything against the wall. once the light's looking all the way to the right, I'm just going to go forward and be like basically right under the tower. So now I can just go forward into the area and then to the building where the kill target's at.
Wo ist er hin?
Now for the kill target, to get the kill target to get into position so that I can go plant the bomb, I actually have to enter the building.
Eine gute Ausrede.
There's a trigger right there that once you break that trigger, it calls him forward to go talk to the officer that's in that office.
Wo ist er hin?
And so once he's there talking to the officer, I can sneak in behind him and plant the rat bomb.
Playing both sides off against the middle.
Lassen Sie die
Time to put a stop to that.
Streckenbach ist
Now, I'm pretty sure you could just
Wir haben viel zu besprechen.
leave now, like go to the exfil and just sit there and wait until you get the
Wissen, wer sich so sehr für den
notification that you completed the objective.
Die Resistance.
But I feel like I did that once and it didn't work out.
Vielleicht sollten wir ihn einfach
So I just decided a long time ago to just be patient and sit here and wait until the dude's dead and then leave the level. So
keine Lust mehr, Mittelsmann zwischen Möller
we're gonna be sitting here for a little bit until he ends the conversation and goes and blows himself up.
Ich versorge Herrn Möller seit Monaten mit Informationen über die Resistance. Hören Sie auf damit, ehrlich. Wir wissen beide, dass Sie nicht alles erzählen, was Sie von der Resistance hören. Und dass Sie ihnen verbesserte Informationen über unsere Bewegungen geben. Aber ich würde doch nie... Wegen Ihrer Doppelzüngigkeit werden noch Deutsche sterben. Wir konnten jedes Mal ein paar Ihrer Kämpfer erledigen. Aber langsam bin ich dieses Spielchen leid. Finden Sie heraus, wer dieses Phantom ist, das der Resistance hilft. Möller will einen Namen. Aber den nennen Sie mir nicht einfach. Dafür muss ich Ihnen was im Austausch geben. Sie geben ihnen gar nichts, ehrlich. Sie finden diese Information und brechen alle Verbindungen zur Resistance ab. Möller will Blut sehen. Wenn Sie hierbei versagen, wird das Ihres sein. Was? Die werden mich umbringen. Das kann ich nicht tun. Mit dieser negativen Einstellung bestimmt nicht. Konzentrieren Sie sich auf das Positive. Ich vertraue darauf, dass Sie uns nicht enttäuschen werden. Und jetzt finden Sie raus, wie dieses Phantom heißt. Na los, ehrlich, die Uhr tickt. Jawohl, sofort. Oh nein, ich bin ein toter Mann. Positiv denken, ehrlich. Nicht vergessen, man darf die Hoffnung nie aufgeben. Eine Ratte. Dann sorgen wir... Eine Ratte. Oh, dreckige kleine...
All right, so once I get that voice line, I know that he's about to kill himself. So once I hear the explosion, I can go ahead and move off. The good thing about killing him that way is not only do you get the challenge completed, but nobody hears it. All right, so literally just a reverse of how I entered the area. That's the way I'm going to leave it. So I want to make sure that the light is not looking my direction. Cross back over to the building, follow everything back down. And I'm going to take a quick second to look for that soldier that was like randomly over here. And since I didn't see him, I'm pretty confident that I'm good to go. Get back to the boxes. Again, just kind of wait for the light. I mean, technically you could just run here because like even if they see you and they go alert, it doesn't matter. They're not going to catch up to me. I've cleared the way to the exfil and it's right down the road. But yeah, that's pretty much the level. All I have to do is run back down here. I don't believe any of the enemies in the building to my right have ever come out to investigate the armored car, but I always kind of look for it as I'm running down. But generally speaking, there won't be anybody here, and you should be able just to run straight for the exit. All right, so for mission 5, straight out of the gate,
Disrupted
I do need to go ahead and prep my weapons here. I'm going to move through this level fairly quick. This level is not too complicated, but I do want to make sure that I have armor piercing in my well rod, since I have it available to me now. And I want to go ahead and prep my rifle as well. So once I hit the beach here, you'll see there's 2 enemies up ahead. I want to hug the left side of the area here and crouch right around that spot. That's just so I can get into position without being spotted. I'm going to move into this tall grass, and then I'm going to take out the guy with the helmet first, and then the other one. All right, I quickly want to move from here
harder to spot me in that grass.
to this back wall, and then I'm going to climb up right here by these stairs. And now I'm just going to sit and wait right here on the edge. Now, if I remember correctly, when I take this guy out, he does get spotted. Yeah, so they saw that off in the distance. That's like very, very rare. I think I've only had that happen one other time. So generally speaking, when you do that corner kill, those enemies will not see you. And just to be clear, they didn't see me. They saw him die. So I'm going to grab the bolt cutters here, disable the radio. That takes care of this objective. And now I'm just going to continue on through this area. There we go. And right out this back window. Now, for whatever reason, you can drop out of this window, but you can't drop out of the other one. Not sure why that is. Honestly, this game has a lot of like little issues like that, where certain things you're allowed to jump over, but you can't fall down from them. So I want to move quickly over to this tall grass. That environmental noise will always happen exactly at that same time. So every single time that you sprint through, that will happen. I'm going to take this soldier out. That soldier will either be standing here or in the pillbox that's to the right of the tall grass that I was in. I'm going to slowly make my way down. I don't want to sprint here because there are enemies inside of this little bunker area. And I crouch right as I round this because sometimes that guy will be looking the direction that I'm coming and I don't want him to see me. Now you can choose to either take that guy out or just sneak by him. I choose to take him out. It's a little bit faster. I'm going to move up here to my right into this tall grass. And now it's just kind of a waiting game. There are 3 enemies forward of me. 2 of which I'm going to take out. So you'll see one's kind of coming down now. I'm going to go ahead and take him out. In that position, he will be spotted as the enemy that patrols around the middle does his route. So I am on a bit of a time limit here. If you want to make that much safer, just wait until that enemy gets all the way down the road to his final spot. He'll stop, and then you can take him out, and it won't alert anybody. All right, so I'm just looking over the top of the bushes here in the middle of my screen, looking for where that middle soldier is that patrols around this area. I could see that he was looking in the general direction that will place him away from me as I take this guy out. So I'm going to wait for this guy to get into position, and then I'll take him out. So normally I would wait for that guy to get to the bottom and stop moving. But since I had the environmental cover, I went ahead and took that opportunity. And took him out then. So as I approach this structure up here, I want to make sure that I'm not running. I just want to be walking. And I'm just going to go all the way around the building. There are a lot of enemies inside of this structure. So it's very, very important not to aggro them. Just going to walk right by here. That will never get you seen because none of the enemies actually route in the direction that would look that way. So you'll see there's an officer coming up from this bunker. There are 2 ways to approach this. Either you wait for him to come out, which luckily enough for me, he's already coming out. Or you can go into the bunker. However, you'll want to have your SMG equipped so that if he turns the corner right as you're coming in and surprises you, you have a method of taking him out quickly. All right, so with him taken out, I can go ahead and head inside the bunker towards the next objective. All right, so as I turn the corner here and I approach this doorway, I want to go ahead and crouch down.
Prototype.
And I want to move into this position.
I can't
And now
believe
it's just a
this
waiting game.
facility's standing.
So there are 3 enemies inside of this control room, conference room, whatever it is. And when they conclude their conversation, all of them are going to come out but one. And then one of the ones that does come out is going to go back in. And the one that comes out and goes back in is the guy that I need to take out because he has a key to the safe that I need to get. So all I'm going to do here is just be patient. Wait for these guys to do their conversation. Let the enemies come out and float back in for at least him. And once they get into their default positions, then I'll be able to kill them one at a time.
Ihre Fähigkeit, die Sonarfrequenzen der Alliierten zu zerstreuen und unseren kranken Prototypen unsichtbar zu machen, ist der nächste Schritt in der Seekriegsführung. Die Tests in unserer geheimen Anlage bestätigen, dass wir mit wenigen Anpassungen auch jedes U-Boot der Achsenmächte nachträglich mit diesen Platten ausrüsten können. Nun möchte ich Sie aber nicht weiter langweilen. Wir haben noch reichlich Zeit für Besprechungen, wenn Herr Nakamura eintrifft. Weitermachen.
Wie ich in meinem Bericht erwähnt habe, mache ich mir Sorgen um die Haltbarkeit der Platten in großen Tiefen.
Das ist uns bewusst und wir befassen uns damit.
Meine Hauptsorge ist, dass diese Dinge abfallen und wir entdeckt werden. Ist so etwas möglich?
Die Kraft, die zum Entfernen dieser Platten nötig wäre, hätte Sie und Ihr U-Boot schon längst erledigt, Herr Kapitänleutnant.
Lärmdisziplin. Ich will nicht, dass die Männer nur wegen dieser Wunderplatten nachlässig werden. Aber wie viele Geräusche werden davon überdeckt?
Solange Sie sich an die Lärmdisziplin halten, sollte alles gut sein. Und Sie müssen sich keine Gedanken darüber machen.
All right, so I'm almost ready to move on here. This enemy that's walking in front of me is going to turn right and go down that path and down the stairs. I have to make sure that he is far enough down those stairs because if I whistle, which is what I'm about to do, to pull in the enemies that I need to kill, and he's too close, he'll hear it, and then he'll see me, and that'll cause a firefight. So I just need to make sure 100% that he is far enough away before I start this strategy. So as soon as I can't see any part of his body anymore, I'm good to go. I'm gonna go ahead and whistle here, and depending on how you angle your camera, that kind of determines which one comes first. So I angle my camera in such a way that I get the guy that I want first. I'm gonna go ahead and loot the key off of him. And now I'm just gonna wait for the scientists to come out to investigate. I'll take him out and then I can move on. All right, here he comes. Easy enough. So as I move forward here, I want to actually make sure I know which way that scientist that went down the stairs is looking. And so as he stops here, he'll lean out over the railing. And when he does that, I know that I'm clear to move forward and he won't see me. Now for the rest of the bunker, it's pretty much just sneak in, sneak out. So I'm just going to sneak into the office, open the safe, get what I need out of it, and then leave this bunker to make the call to scuttle the submarines here.
Baumann macht sich ständig Sorgen darum. Wenn es nicht seinen Standards entspricht, bringt uns alle
Got the code. Now to send the scuttle order and bring this whole place down.
Alarm! De doen gezonden. Die Alliierten dürfen unsere Technologie nicht erhalten.
All right, perfect. So as I come out of the bunker, I'm gonna take a left, and I want to head all the way up to the road, but I need to make sure that I hug the left side because there are going to be vehicles going up and down this road. If for whatever reason any vehicle comes off my right-hand side, we just go prone and don't move. So right now I'm just making sure there are no vehicles coming. Once I feel that I'm clear, I'm going to go ahead and cross, head over to the fence, cut a hole in the fence, and go through that into this back base portion. Now, as I approach these logs, this log wall, whatever this is, I want to make sure that I'm paying attention to the observation tower. I'm only allowed to move here when the guard in that tower is not looking this direction. So in a second, he should turn and kind of look the direction I'm looking, like away from the tower. And that'll be a good time for me to go. I will note that you don't want to sprint here. There is a patrol that's like down and to the right under the camo netting and all that kind of stuff that you can't see. And because you can't see him, you don't know if he's there or not to hear your footsteps if you're sprinting. So you just want to walk here and get into position along the tall grass. And now I'm just going to wait for the opposite. I'm going to wait for this guard to turn away and look the way I just came via the tower. And I need to make sure that the tank is not looking my direction either. Now, once I do that, I'm going to get to these bushes, crouch down, use that third-person camera to kind of see where the tank and the other guards down here are. And when I feel that it's safe to move, I'm just going to go ahead and go. Even at that point, if they spot me, it doesn't matter.
Can't stay here.
So they did spot me there. That's fine. It doesn't matter. I'm going to go ahead and take this guy out. I forgot to change the range to 100. There we go. Okay, and now I'm clear to go ahead and move forward. Now there is an enemy that's on my right. There's a road that kind of runs parallel along this road that I'm beside. There is an enemy up here that patrols that, so I should swing my camera here just to make sure that I'm accounting for him. If for whatever reason he's looking in this direction, I just need to go into the tall grass. But he's not looking this direction, so I'm good to go.
Should be a way into the battery through those trenches.
All right, so as I get to the trenches here, I'm going to go ahead and take cover in the tall grass. And what I'm looking for here is a soldier. Technically, there's two soldiers that can potentially patrol down this trench. But at the same time, you can get the scenario where none of them do. So I cleared the trench on the left. I didn't see anybody that way. I'm going to move to the sandbags here, clear it on the right side. And then I'm going to move out to clear this close corner where the sandbag was. And since I didn't see anybody at any of those points, I know that I'm good to go down here. Now, I am going to put a landmine here. This could be any trap. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be a shoe mine if you have one. But you want to put some type of device there because the strategy that I'm about to use can potentially send an enemy around through the trenches to come up behind me. And that's my insurance policy to avoid getting shot from the back. So what I'm doing here is I'm just waiting for any of the soldiers to basically float into this area. So beyond the door that's off the right side of the screen, there's a like circular area where the gun is. And there are several Jaegers that patrol that area. So here's one of them now. The best way to deal with them is to just be patient and wait for them to come through this area because every single enemy outside there will float into here with the exception of one. And that's one enemy that comes in from the trenches. So what I want to do is basically clear this area of all the Jaegers. Any of them that float in. And then eventually an officer from inside this bunker area will come from the left side of the screen and pass through this area. When he passed through the area, then I'll know that basically it's been enough time for all the ones on the outside area to have filtered in.
Was war das?
All right, so here's a little bit of an unfortunate situation, right? And this is why I put the trap down. Anytime that you get this kind of crossing of the guards, which is pure RNG, then when you kill one, the other one is going to notice it. And so there's two situations that can happen. Either they run deeper into the bunker area, so running to the left, or they do what this guy did and they run to the right. If they run to the right, they're going to go through the trench area and ultimately come up behind you. So the landmine behind me will take care of that guy. And then I should be good to go forward because, again, I saw that the officer is out, so that should have been enough time for me to get all of the enemies outside, around the objective taken care of. Now, as I move forward here, I still want to be a little bit cautious because there still can be one guy out here, again, as I mentioned earlier, from the trenches.
They've got the next shell ready to fire.
But since I have my SMG silenced, if they were to pop up, we just take them out. It's not a big deal.
That'll lay low until the demonstration.
So we sabotaged the shell for the battery, and now I'm just going to head out through the trenches. Basically just going in reverse the way that I came in. Because the landmine was triggered, I do want to be a little bit cautious because if that soldier that patrols the trenches was close enough to hear that, or if he was even here to see it, he could be an alert. And he could also alert all the other soldiers that are in the trenches. So I do want to make sure I'm checking these corners as I go around them, just in case. But ultimately, we're going to move back into the tall grass. And now I'm just going to kind of move back up and then cut across where I told you earlier there was a guard kind of on the parallel road. And that'll lead me to my final objective. So I'm still looking for that guard, just trying to make sure he's not looking my direction, which he's not. So it's clear for me to run all the way across. There will be a guard kind of, if you look off the top left of your screen, you'll see like piles of minerals or whatever it is. There is a guy that's going to be patrolling here. He'll be my first target to kill. So I do want to be looking for his location. And so with that guy taken out, I'm going to move up to this building. This building has the kill target in it. And specifically this kill target, I'm not allowed to kill. So what I need to do here to complete the challenge objective is I need to knock him out. So as I go around and up over this, I'm just going to turn the corner and do a non-lethal takedown on him. And then I'm going to cover down on the railing here. So there's going to be an enemy there you can see. There's also going to be one down a level below. You can see him in the back. And at that building across, that green building, there's 2 enemies there. So it takes a little bit of getting used to, understanding like when you can move, when you can't, but you want to make sure that none of these enemies are going to be able to see you.
Sound cover.
And as you can see, I've got the environmental cover from the cement mixer. So now that I've taken out 2 of the 4 enemies potentially able to see me, I'm going to go ahead and move up. I'm going to break the railing here and then throw this guy over the top. And that will complete the challenge objective. Now I got a little bit overzealous here and I'm like running out. I forgot I've got to actually destroy the equipment here. So at some point I'm going to end up turning around because I actually remember. There we go. And as you can see all the way over in the back, that green building, that soldier's now coming out. So I'm just going to take it slow here. I can take him out. And technically I could take out the equipment too, which I think is what I choose to do. Good.
Construction sites out of
So that takes care of that. And then I'll just need to take this guy out so that I'm free and clear to leave the area and head towards the exfiltration point. All right, so essentially getting to the exfiltration point is just doing everything in reverse for the most part. So I'm going to head back down the same way that I ran in, and then I'll head over to the tall grass in the background there, and then run that wall or fence or whatever it is all the way down to the left to the exfiltration point. Now, because I alerted some of those enemies in that like mechanical area or whatever where the tank was, there is the potential for enemies to be between me and the exfiltration point because they might have come out there to investigate and bugged out. If that happens, it's not a big deal. We'll just shoot them. But it's something to be aware of and to look out for as I'm running through here. That way I don't get like super surprised and then shot because I wasn't prepared for it. All right, so now it's time for the hardest missions in the game. All of the ones up until the very last one are very, very difficult to do. This one is only difficult because of how many vehicles travel around the objectives that you have to complete.
There's an armored car patrol.
So what I want to do out of the gate is similar to the last level. I want to make sure that I'm prepping my weapons with the ammo types that make sense given the challenge. And I need to hurry up and move forward as quickly as I can here.
Nazi's got a sniper watching that bridge. Our boys are pinned.
So to the right of the wing of this downed aircraft is a small piece of wall. I'm going to jump over that and head towards this building. And then I'm going to cut through this open area towards this little shack in the back. And I'm going to run this down to the river, which will take me over to this windmill, this busted up windmill in the back. Now at this windmill is one of the objectives. It's an AA gun. There are 3 enemies here with 2 additional enemies off in the distance that could potentially see me if I have bad timing. The orientation of these enemies is random. Basically floats between 3 or 4 different scenarios. So as I approach, just from the experience doing this level, I know what given scenario that I've got. So the way that I respond to that scenario is the way that you've seen here. Generally speaking, it'll always be taking out the 2 closest ones and then taking out the one in the back that patrols. If for whatever reason you don't see the one in the back, he's down in the trench with the AA gun. So as I come out to this open area, I want to make sure I'm crouched. If I'm not crouched, the sniper in the building beyond will see you. It's very important in this level for me to have quite a few things as far as items are concerned. So you will notice that I'm going to be looting bodies, which is something I really didn't do a whole lot like leading up to this mission. But it is something I'm going to start doing from this mission onwards. So I'm going to go up here to get all of the satchel charges we need. I got 1 outside. There's 2 up here for a total of 3, as well as the match ammo. The match ammo allows your bullet to not drop as easily at distance. And I need that to take out 1 sniper later on in the mission. As I come out, I want to make sure I'm crouched again, just so the sniper in that building right there doesn't see me. I'm going to go ahead and place a mine here. This will be one of many mines that I place, which is, again, why I'm looting the bodies. And this is to deal with all of the random vehicles that go around the area. The way the game is coded is if a vehicle is destroyed, any vehicles that come up behind it will not be able to move forward until that vehicle is gone. And so after a while, it'll despawn. But for the duration that it exists, it stops all flow of traffic that way. So in this doorway, you might have seen there was a guard walking across. I got super lucky with the timing here because he walked across like right when I was approaching. If you don't see that, you have to sit in the tall grass and wait for that. It's way too risky to enter this building unless he is in this location. Now, once he dies, this guard outside is on a timer. When that timer is done, he'll turn around and basically take the patrol route of the guard that I just killed. However, sometimes he bugs out. And unfortunately, on this run through, he bugged out on me. So I'm waiting again, just trying to be really, really certain that this guy's bugged out. Once I'm like, okay, I know for a fact he's bugged out, then what I need to do is basically whistle for him to come over to me. Similar to some of the other levels, for whatever reason, there's like an invisible barrier here where sound doesn't leave. So like I did there, you have to like walk out into the doorway so that you have line of sight from the whistle to the enemy for it to register in the game. I'll go ahead and place a grenade on him because sometimes whistling for that guy will draw in the other one that's at the road. And if you booby trap that when he comes to investigate, it's an easy way to take him out. So I want to be very, very careful as I come up here. The whistle can mess up the sniper's pathing. Luckily for me, it didn't mess it up this time, so I can come up and take him out.
Sniper's down.
I want to make sure that I get the ammo up here because that's just going to give me more silenced ammo for the rifle. All right, so my next objective is to take out that enemy that I mentioned earlier that could potentially come in here from the road. Go ahead and loot these bodies just to see if I can get any more landmines or teller mines. All right, so it's kind of hard to see the enemy that's down on the road. So the thing that I found works the best is to just throw a bottle in that general location. And usually that will pick up his attention. So it might be a little hard. He's at the building, basically in the middle of a screen. He just went up there and knelt down. So I need to wait for him to get a little bit closer. He should path this way, and then I can throw the bottle and pull him in. There we go. Now, I mentioned quite a while ago on the first mission that the way distractions work in Sniper Elite 5 is once an enemy has been distracted by something, if you distract them again before they're done investigating, they will take it as an auto alert and they will run for cover, which is obviously something I don't want to happen. So I can do one of two things here. I can either wait for him to completely get done investigating. When he turns to walk away, I can whistle him over. Or if he gets close enough to me, in a position where his body would not be seen by vehicles driving down the road, I can shoot him. So I decide to take the ladder there. Loot his body now just to see if I can get any mines off of him. The other thing that I want is TNT. I will definitely need at least one TNT here soon. So that's another thing I'm looking for. Anyways, what I should have done here before leaving this is go upstairs in the building. And there are two enemies in the back. that I would want to take out by the second AA gun. But what I decided to do is come around this way first. I saw that a soldier was starting to move away. Normally, I would wait for him to be in that location he was and shoot him. Since he was walking away, I just threw a bottle to keep him in that area. Go ahead and put a mine down. I did see a vehicle that was coming, so I need to move away from this area very, very quick.
Nothing else to find.
Luckily, I got another teller mine off of that guy. So as I approach this back courtyard area, I want to be looking into the building because there's a guard that can potentially be standing there, looking my direction. As long as he's not looking that direction, I can go ahead and move forward. For this section, basically when the guards aren't looking towards the window, you can just go ahead and go in. And now what I want to do is hold short on this wall and look for the officer that's in this room. So this officer takes a pretty long route in that small little room. And if he's not in the position that he is right now, then what I like to do is just go ahead and go over and get the crowbar. It just saves a little bit of time. Ultimately, though, this officer is eventually going to stop looking at the door and he'll turn to my left and walk off. When that happens, I'm going to open the door, go in and take him out. So for whatever reason, somebody got alerted here that alerted all of the enemies in this building, and I didn't realize it until I started seeing his real sporadic movement, and I thought that is not normal. So as soon as he opened the door, I just went for it. I am gonna need to pick up his body though and move him away from that line of sight on the stairs, because what that'll allow me to do is anybody that comes up to investigate, I can just corner kill them. So I go ahead and whistle here. This would be the normal strategy. If he wasn't alerted by something, then what I would have done is I would have taken him out, moved his body, and then I would have corner covered here and done a whistle, which would have pulled the two enemies that patrol both inside and outside this building up here, one at a time for me to take out. The reason for that is because I'm going to be creating a lot of commotion here soon with the final objective. And it's better to have those enemies off the board, so to speak. That way they are not capable of kind of like running into me as I'm trying to leave the area. So that's part 2 of 3. And at this point, I'm unsure what's going on. I don't have a mini-map, of course. I see other enemies are behaving normally. So I'm going to go ahead and use this TNT with a timer. Throw it at the vehicle. That will explode both of the exploding barrels on either side of the vehicle, which will cause it to be destroyed. So I hear a voice here. Just from experience, I know that this guy is down and to my left. So I go ahead and take cover here. I'm looking for him. I don't see him, but I'm being cautious. As I move around the corner,
Time to go.
I get a visual on him and then I take him out. And so now I just need to go ahead and move. Still staying crouched because, again, I know something is wrong here. And I just need to make sure that no one is out and about that's going to see me. To play it super safe, I go ahead and destroy the alarm here. That way nobody can sound it. And then I move to this tall grass, which there happens to be an enemy over here. And luckily, I had just enough ammo to finish that guy, because right when I hit the last shot that killed him, I was out of ammo. All right, so at this point, I'm ready to move on and prep the next area. Again, to do that, as I mentioned earlier, I need to go into the second floor of this building and take out the two enemies that are at the AA gun behind it. The only thing to note when you do this is make sure that the enemies don't have line of sight on each other, meaning they're not looking at each other, and make sure that the tank that patrols through this area is not present when you take your shots. All right, so I took them out. I looked around to see if I could see the tank. I didn't see the tank. So now I am clear to move out of here. So I'm going to move up to the AA gun, and I'm going to place a satchel charge on it, but I am not going to light it. The way the enemies are positioned in this level, if I destroy any of these AA guns, it's going to cause me more risk than if I leave them and blow them up in reverse order. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear the areas of all the AA guns. I'm going to do some other objectives. And then I'm going to move back through this way. And when I do that, I'm going to blow them up one at a time. So I'll go ahead and take out the machine gunner there. I'm going to move over into this section. Now, right where I just crossed over and crouched,
I should take it out.
that is an area where the tank will also patrol. So it's very important to move all the way down here on the grass. Because if the tank comes in behind me now, it can't run me over. So I'm going to do a non-lethal takedown on this guy. And then look to shoot the guys in the back. I do need to reload my weapon though. So on authentic difficulty, anytime you reload, any extra ammo that you had inside of a magazine gets destroyed, lost, wasted, whatever you want to call it. However, if you reload to a different ammo type and then reload back, that is an effective way of reloading without losing your ammo and wasting it. So that's what I was doing there because I only had one shot and I want to make sure I at least have enough to deal with the two enemies that were up there. So I placed the satchel charge, prepared that one. I can see the tank off in the distance. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap around this way, get into the tall grass. And so what I need to do is I just need to make sure that the tank is not looking my direction before I can move forward. My next objective here is the kill target. And the challenge objective is to basically poison him. Very, very simple to do. I'm just going to head inside the building. There'll be some poison on a table. Take that upstairs, pour it in, ring the bell, and leave. Before I can do that, of course, I have to get over there. So I'm going to go ahead and place a mine down on the road for any vehicle that might patrol through here. And then I'm going to head into the back area of this building. Move into this tall grass, and you might have seen there's an enemy moving off to the right side of my screen. Once that enemy gets to about the middle where these trees are, they'll stop, and that'll be a good spot for me to take them out. All right, so with that, I can go ahead and move forward. There's no more enemies that I'm going to kill here except for the target. But I do want to make sure that I stay crouched just so that I don't pull any other enemies with sound. So here's the poison. There's also another vial of poison in the kitchen. So if you turn left instead of right like I did. So put the poison in, hit the bell, and then basically I'm just going in reverse, right back down the stairs and out the building the way I came in. So as soon as I leave the building, I'm going to pull up my binoculars and I'm going to look off to the distance for a sniper that's in a bell tower, church tower, something like that. Now, it's very, very, very rare, but this sniper can actually not be a sniper. So I need to check for that so that I know which strategy I need to use. As long as that's a sniper, we can do what I'm about to do. However, if that was not a sniper, and it was a soldier, then what I would have to do is take out 2 of the 3 snipers, and then the 3rd sniper I would take out a little bit later in the level after I do some other objectives. So I hear a vehicle coming in behind me, again similar to the last level. You just go crouch. I got up behind that object just to get a little bit of cover between me and them for line of sight. But you just go crouch, try not to move. If for whatever reason I did get seen, it's only one enemy that's going to come out of that truck. We'll just shoot him and move on. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and load match ammo into my rifle. This is where I mentioned earlier that I need it to kill one of the snipers. And it's going to be the sniper that's in that tower that I checked for earlier.
Gotta take him out.
Alright, so I've got the environmental cover from the generator. I'm going to go ahead and place my rifle to 100 meters here. And then I'll be good to take this shot. Perfect.
First sniper down. Two more.
All right, so at this point, I can change the match ammo out if I want. I like to keep it here because they are close enough, but having no bullet drop actually helps quite a bit. You'll notice I backed away from the wall for this next sniper. That's just to give me a better angle. The sniper can take a little bit of time, so just be patient, and eventually he will walk to this balcony and give you the opportunity to take him out. And I will say this, if you don't want to wait for the environmental cover from the generator, you can swap back to subsonic rounds and just take the shot as soon as you have it. All right, one more to take out, and he's right here in front. So that shot means that the sniper, for whatever reason, saw me kill that guy. That is very, very, very rare, but it does happen. If that happens, all you have to do is just be patient and wait. Eventually, they will reset. The sniper will poke his head out again from that hole, and then I can take him out. So I decided to go ahead and take out this guy because I think at the time I thought that a bunch of enemies were going to start heading my way. And I wanted to try to redirect them to a different location. What I'm trying to do now is get the enemies to reset. So I'm moving my location. That way, if the game AI thinks, well, maybe not thinks, but if the game AI is looking for me, if I move, they're more likely to reposition. So that's what happened there. It kind of reset him, and he popped his head back out, and I was able to get the shot. Regardless, though, once all three snipers are dead, I'm just going to move back. Basically the way I came. Through the area where the kill target was, back across to where the AA gun is. That third AA gun, and then I'm going to start to blow them up in reverse order. I go crouch here just because I'm not sure where the tank is. I need to identify where that is. I see that it's away from me again, just from experience, knowing its patrol route. I know that I have time to move forward here. So now I'm just going to kind of wait a little bit. Make sure there's no enemies that have floated through here. Because, you know, they saw a vehicle explode or whatever. But shortly the tank should be on its way, and then I can kind of slide in behind it and start taking out all of these AA guns. All right, so very similar to all the other AA guns that I've taken out in the game so far. We're just going to light a slow fuse on it. That'll give me 30 seconds to get to the next one.
To spot me in that grass.
All right, now I'm heading basically all the way back to where we started to take out the final one.
AA guns out of action. Still more of them out there.
Alright, so I shoot that one to blow it up. It's a little bit easier than running down there and setting the fuse. Alright, so that's all the AA guns. Now I'm just going to move forward towards this building.
Objective complete.
There are going to be 3 enemies here. There's going to be one up in the building where I'm ultimately going to look to get to so I can do a bunch of sniping. And then there's going to be 2 enemies that are talking. If I move too much further forward, that will initiate the conversation. And just like all the other conversations in the game, once conversations are started, you can't stop them. And when they end, the enemies will walk off. So what I've done here, as you can see probably and figure out, I'm just waiting for the tank to roll by so that I don't have to worry about it. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to shoot the guy that's in the high ground area. And then I'm going to take out the 2 that are having the conversation with my SMG. And that's going to be a little bit loud. And I don't want the tank to see me. Alright, so 1 shot to this guy. Go ahead and stand up, take these guys out.
Or I'll be discovered.
Alright, so now I'm just going to move forward to the position where I took out the first guy. I'm going to load the match ammo back in here because I'm going to be taking shots at about 100 meters pretty frequently, and it just helps with the bullet drop.
Guess I grabbed everything useful.
Alright, so my first objective, take out the guy in the tower. I'm going to wait for him to get all the way to the left. He should go kind of like leaning over the rail. That'll be a good time to take him out. Waiting for the environmental cover. Perfect. Now, even though I'm waiting for the environmental cover for these, it is still possible for the enemies to see the deaths. If that happens, they will still go into alert, but as long as I'm shooting with the environmental cover, they will never know where I am. So I'll still be completely safe. Alright, so I'm just kind of taking stock here of where the enemies are, if any of them saw anybody else get killed and they're hiding or in alert. Okay, so they know now, or at least one of them does. There they go. Now the reason why I'm killing all of these guys is because it makes it a lot easier to access the next area. Because you have basically 2 options. You can go through this area, or you can go to the left along the road. And along that road, you get the possibility of like a motorcycle sidecar coming down or something like that. It's also right beside where the tank patrols. So it makes it a little bit more dangerous to go down the roadside than to go down like through this side where this outpost or whatever this is at. So I'm gonna go ahead and put a shoe mine here. I didn't get an insta-kill on the guy in the tower, the second tower, or at least I don't think I did. So what I'm doing is just putting that down in case they come to investigate. It's very rare that ever happens. But in case somebody comes to investigate, it gives me a little bit of early warning that it's happening. So at this point, I'm just trying to determine how many enemies are here still and pick them off. Fortunately, I missed the shot. It's very important that if you're using this strategy that you double and triple check how many enemies are left. Because it's very, very easy to think you got everybody and then you run through and you get killed or shot or whatever. So take a little bit of extra time and just confirm. Alright, so it looks like I'm loading sonic rounds, subsonic rounds, and I imagine I'm about to go down there. Not sure why I decided to pick up the trap, probably didn't need that. In fact, I don't need it. There's nothing else I need the trap for. Okay, so I know there's definitely one enemy down there. I saw him earlier, but I couldn't take a shot on him because he was like behind all the foliage.
The bridge is barely even guarded.
But
I should check for traps.
I shouldn't have any issues with him. He was in like his default like pattern, so he wasn't alerted. But I should definitely be clear enough to come up here and take out the objective.
That's one. Now for the other. That's both bridges secure.
Alright, so because I couldn't take everyone out, it looks like I decided to go down the road side here. Again, this is a little bit more dangerous than going down the other way. Simply because a vehicle could drive down here, the tank could potentially be here on your left. So I pull out my SMG just in case a vehicle comes down. My thought process here was I'm just going to shoot them. There's the tank. Luckily, it wasn't looking at me as I was running down here. That would have been bad. All right, so I'm going to cross over here. Earlier, I had mentioned that sniper in the tower could be in a different place. This is the way you would have to go. At this point, that's when you would go take him out. Because you would basically follow this road all the way up and he'd be at the end of it. Kind of standing off in the middle of the road. Right, so I'm going to move into this tall grass. I'm looking for this soldier. It's very important to have subsonic equipped and in your chamber. And so now I'm just waiting for a soldier. It's a Jaeger that's going to come and stop right here at the entrance to this trench. Once I see him, I'm going to take him out. And there is a chance that taking him out will pull another soldier over to investigate. The reason for that is you can just get bad RNG where kind of their routes just align in such a way that when you kill the Jaeger, he's there to see it. So what I like to do is give it a little bit of extra time to confirm that that's not the situation before I move forward. Once I get into the trench, I absolutely cannot shoot anybody until after I've completed the objective. Because people are in such close quarters, shooting anybody with anything other than the well rod will pull other people to you. Shooting people with the well rod can be a little tricky in close quarters, especially if you turn a corner and you're like super surprised. Because you're only going to get one shot. And if you miss that shot, you're going to have to go to SMG to take them out so that you don't get shot, which will then alert everybody that's in that area. So take a little bit of extra time, just confirm that that's not the case, then you should be good to go. All right, so I'm going to move up now that he's down. And as I mentioned earlier, just take a moment, see if anyone comes to investigate. If they do, well rod or rifle would be the preferred way to deal with it. So I crouch and take my time walking up here to give that time to kind of resolve itself. And that's obviously not the case, so I'm good to continue on. Now, as I round this corner to my right, that's where the soldier that would potentially be able to see the Jaeger comes from. He comes from right up here to the left. So I cut that corner, spin the camera, make sure that I don't see him. As long as I don't see him, I can move up here, take out the officer, and grab the key. And again, as I move back, I just want to be thinking about that soldier, making sure I don't just run into him and I'm not prepared. Okay, so at this point, I don't have to worry about anyone being behind me now. I am going to clear this area on the left just to make sure that there's no bug happening where somebody's there that shouldn't be there. Alright, so at this point I can shoot whoever I need to. There's only one enemy that's going to be between me and the next objective, which is this one. Let me go ahead and take him out. And then I'm free to move down to the next section. Now, normally that enemy is a regular soldier, not a Jaeger. So I'm being a little cautious here, just in case something bugged and I shot an enemy that wasn't the one I was thinking. But regardless, once I reach the end of the trench, I can just sprint down. And you'll just follow the same route I am here. Get behind this box very, very quickly. And then I can whistle this guy in and take him out. Now, similar to some of the other areas, for whatever reason, sound does not leave the walls here. So I will be killing this guy and then taking a shot with my rifle from basically the wall's edge. And that will keep it completely silent. And the third enemy that's in this area will never know what's going on. So I'm using the camera to kind of see over the wall to determine where those two enemies are and their pathing. Gonna wait for this mechanic or whatever he is to move down the wall and stop. When he stops, I'm gonna take him out. Now, the sound won't get heard by the final enemy here, but he could potentially see the death of that second one. So I'm just gonna start pieing the corner as I step out, looking for him with my SMG. Now that I see him, I can take him out. And that is all of the enemies out here that I have to deal with.
Time to set those charges.
So only one more objective here. I'm going to head up the ladder after I go ahead and prep everything and sabotage this generator. So there are 5 enemies in this next area that I would like to take out. All but one of them is a guarantee. So there's the first one. There will be 2 more I'll be able to see immediately here, and a third in the back. Fortunately, the third in the back is walking off my screen, so I'll have to wait for him to come back. Now, this enemy that I'm about to shoot is usually not in this position. He's usually behind the wall of debris. So that was different. All right, there's the third one. So there's 2 left. There's one that you saw walk off the screen, and then there's one kind of behind this building out in the open courtyard area. So what I want to do is I want to take out the one that went off my screen. Unless I just get lucky and I'm able to see the one behind the building. All right, so that's 4 or 5. I know there's only one left. Kind of looking through the windows of the building, and I see him through the doorway that he's pathing to the middle. I grab this flare gun because right after I kill this guy, we're going to go ahead and complete the final objective. So I'm going to go crouch and make my way down to the bottom of this bridge and throw a bottle. That should lure out the final guy and allow me to take a shot. I'm not going to have a whole lot of time to respond to this guy once he gets into position, so that's why I swapped to subsonic rounds. That way I can just take the shot without having to worry about anything. Okay, so all of those enemies are dead. Grab the flare gun. Gonna go ahead and prep the bridge. And so for this next section, it's going to move very, very fast for the strategy here. But essentially, right after the cinematic, I want to run up the bridge to its highest point and then shoot the flare and run back. You want that flare to land on the tank. If you've done it properly, the artillery barrage will destroy the tank. You'll get the objective complete, and that'll be the level completed.
Enemy knows we've got Sherman's incoming. With DuPont,
Come on.
whatever's left of Kraken.
All right, so as the mission starts, I'm going to head to the top of the hill here and stop just short of sliding down.
The perimeter's
I'm going to go
heavily
ahead
defended.
and take out this
sure I'll find a
soldier
way in,
before
though.
I proceed forward. So my first objective here is off to my left once I hit this road. Before I do that though, I'm going to go right and I'm going to go down to the last patch of shadows here on the ground and place a mine. What this is going to do is it's going to hit one of the vehicles and it's going to stop the convoy of vehicles that likes to patrol around through this map. So it'll disable them, and because they'll be stuck behind the lead vehicle, is that convoy will never move for the remainder of this mission.
Place this high up. Must be using it to track V2 launch data. I take this place out. They'll lose any data they've been
As I
tracking.
head to the top of this tower, I want to make sure that I'm crouched before I go up. If you're standing when you get to the top here, there are two enemies off to your right that can potentially spot you. Once I make it into this area, I'm going to go ahead, go to the left. I'm going to go down to the bottom of these stairs. There's going to be two enemies in the open courtyard here. I'm going to look to shoot both of them with one shot. All right, with them taken out, I can now backtrack and take out the enemy that's on the wall. The reason for this is because after I've been in this area long enough, that enemy will start to do a patrol. And his patrol coincides with the route that I need to take to get out of this area. So I want to make sure that I take him out first. That way he can't intercept me as I'm trying to leave. I'm going to swing left here into this area to grab the key and the crowbar. Make sure I have my SMG out, and I'm going to be looking for the soldier that patrols inside of this area. Now, it's not always a given that he's going to be down here. So if I feel like I can't see him and he's not here, I can go ahead and shoot out the boards. That's just quicker than using the crowbar. And I'll be able to go into this area and kind of filter up to the top floors to find him and take him out.
Can take it out at
I do want to say the reason that I shoot the boards there is because when you go to use the crowbar, it will lock you into an animation that you cannot cancel. And if that happens to just coincide with when this soldier comes down the stairs and sees it, then basically I get shot and I can't do anything about it. So shooting the boards out is a little bit better there. All right, so I'm going to pick up the rifle here, take out that guy on the spotlight. Essentially, I'm going to run through the courtyard to get out of here, and I want to take that guy out so he can't see me. As soon as I disconnect the power, that's going to alert one or two of the enemies up to the left. They shouldn't filter down here, though, because none of the doors are open. So as far as the AI is concerned, there's no path to get there to investigate, so they just don't move. So as soon as I come out of the tunnel, I want to be looking forward for this soldier. He can be in a few different places along his route, but ultimately I want to take him out before I proceed. So my next stop here will be a workbench location on the other side of this bridge. This is to get a couple of items that will come in handy for later, but also to get the upgrade for the well rod, which will take the noise profile that it makes from 12 meters down to 7.
New gear makes the job easier.
So now as I leave the area, I'm going to go back through the way that I came, and I'm going to look off to the left down the road, and I should see the vehicles disabled down there, which I do. That's a good indication that the mine went off and that I won't have to worry about vehicles driving the roads for pretty much the entire mission. So I'm going to go crouched in this grass. There's going to be 2 enemies up ahead. It really doesn't matter how you take these out. Whether you use your rifle, you use the well rod, it really doesn't matter. But once I take out the first one, unless I can see the second one, I'm gonna wait just a little bit of time because the second enemy could come to investigate where the first one was. So I'm gonna move to this tall grass and I'm just gonna wait. The second one usually patrols inside the building, so this will give me a good indication whether he's in the building and unaware or he heard it and he's coming to investigate. All right, so I see him through the second window there, so I know he's unaware, and I can go ahead and take him out. I'm going to head across to this next building area. There's going to be 1 enemy up here. And again, it doesn't really matter how you take this guy out, either via the rifle or the well rod. All right, so our second major area here is coming up. As I reach the clearing here, I'm going to want to crouch and take out the guard that's in the tower. Next, I need to move down to the left. And inside this covered bunker, there's going to be 1 guard. You can see his flashlight there. I want to take him out next. All right, so with both of those enemies taken out, I'm now able to move forward without being spotted. I'm going to go up the tower, and I'm going to look forward into this area with all these boxes and crates to take out this guy.
What's going on here?
Now, the way that I take him out there, or sorry, not the way, but the position I take him out in matters. You want to make sure that he can't be seen from the left of where his body is. So over by like where the trains are. Regardless, though, once he's out of the way, I can move down here. And ultimately, I'm going to move to this building in front of me. As I make my way to the top, I'm going to lay down a shoe mine. And then I'm going to disable the power here. Now, the power will knock out the guard that's on the spotlight above me. And that will cause an enemy on the far side over by the train to come and investigate. That enemy has intel on him that I need to continue with one of the missions. And so he'll come to investigate, and he should hit the shoe mine, and that'll knock him out. Everyone else in the area will be completely unaware that that just happened.
Shipping manifest.
And I'll be able to get the document off of him.
Here to the weapons lab further ahead.
So now my objective is to get to this high ground and take out the sniper that's up here. I have to be really careful with when I go up, because if he's alerted, he could potentially see me because he moves faster and he whips around a lot quicker. But if he's unalerted, it's a little bit easier. But just make sure that when you go up there, you have your SMG, because if you miss that first shot, you need to kill him quickly. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to backtrack, and I'm going to snap the first picture of the 2 that I need to complete the objective. And that one's in this watchtower. So I'm going to go back and do that. That way I don't have to fully backtrack after I clear this area out.
Command will find this useful. Should get another angle for safety.
Okay, so now I'm going to go back to the position I was at. And there is a sniper in a tower all the way across outside of this area. That's in the way of how I'm going to enter into the next portion of the level. And the best way that I found to take this guy out is to use either the found sniper rifle that I have or your own sniper rifle. And to do it basically from the position right as you climb up from this ladder. Perfect. All right, so from here, I can go take the second picture and complete this objective. Do want to make sure that you're crouched before you go into this, in case the officer comes out onto the balcony for the building that's across from where I was just standing.
Info command need now. Should look into this.
All right, so I'm going to shoot this generator. This will eventually pull over the one guard that's at this building, and then I'll be able to take him out. All right, so that'll be the last enemy that I kill in this area. Now I'm going to move down to this building to get the bolt cutters, which I'm going to need in a second to cut a hole through the fence to continue on with this mission.
Okay, this way.
Now, as long as I stay all the way to the far right along the wall here, I can't be spotted by anybody else. And then as I exit this compound, I want to move left and then just go up along the fence line. And that'll be where I'll be able to cut into the fence. Now, you don't necessarily have to shoot that light out. There's an enemy up on the hill there.
Might get me past security.
Behind some sandbags that will look that direction. And it just makes me feel a little bit safer. I've done it successfully both with and without that light being broken, so. All right, so as soon as I land here, I want to make sure that I'm crouched before I go down the hill. If you're not crouched as you go down this hill, you will pull the attention of the enemies that are up there by the vehicle. Once I get far enough away, you'll see that the enemy kind of disappears. I don't know if that's a visual bug or a bug with the game itself, like the code for the enemy. Or maybe I just outranged how far it's showing me. But once that happens, I know that I'm good to move forward. So my next objective here is to clear out the enemies around this V2 rocket. To do that, I want to make sure that the enemy that patrols from this tanker truck up to the V2 rocket is not looking my direction. As long as he's not looking my direction, I can climb this ladder without being seen. Now, once I'm at the top of this ladder, I'm going to cover down on this section of the wall. And now I'm in a good position to take out all of these enemies. All right, so there's only one more enemy. He's up on the scaffolding in front or behind the V2 rocket. And it looks like he's stuck. Sometimes he'll get hung up on one of the objects that's there. And if that's the case, he'll just kind of march in place. So if I can't get a line on him, then I'm going to have to go down the ladder, take a different angle, and take him out that way. It's unfortunate. He moved, like Twitch moved at like the last moment when I pulled the trigger. Alright, so with the area clear, I'm going to go ahead and move forward. I need to loot the body of the officer that I killed. He has the key to the control room, which I ultimately need to complete the objective. And then I also need to go up onto the scaffolding where I just shot that last guy to sabotage the V2 rocket. Now, I'm not going to finish this objective now. It's actually going to be one of the last things that I do for the level. So we'll come back later. And that'll be clear why once I get to it.
Gyros are sabotaged. V2's not going anywhere far. Going to have to trigger the launch manually, though. These coordinates must be where the lake launch site is. Got to get in there and take it out.
All right, so for the lake facility, we're going to enter through this fence. I'm then going to move to the tall grass that's right beside the door here. That'll give me a good distance shot on the control box that I need to sabotage.
Well, if I want that capsule to destroy itself, I'm going to have to find a way to launch it myself.
For these two enemies, I'm going to use the well rod. So for the first one, I want to make sure that I shoot in such an angle that the impact of the bullet, because it is armor piercing, doesn't hit the rocket beside this enemy. If I was to do that straight on, the bullet will hit the rocket or the platform that the rocket is on and will pull the attention of that second guard. Now there's going to be one enemy that floats through here. Having him this close to where I'm coming in is very, very rare. In fact, this is the only time it's ever happened, both in practice and in all of the runs that I've tried doing before getting this one done. So this was more or less a little bit of improv here, just kind of playing the game. I had no clue that he was going to walk that far up and allow me to melee take him out on the corner. So what I'm doing now is I'm just waiting for the boat to move. So for that guard that I just took out, normally what he does is he's walking away from me, and normally he's all the way on the backside, beyond anything that I need to interact with. So it's just about timing everything and sneaking in, sneaking out while he's at that portion of his patrol. And if done properly, he'll never see you. I'm gonna look up here to my right just to make sure that the guard that patrols up here isn't walking towards me as I cross this area. I'm gonna come in here, grab a few items, and get an upgrade for the rifle here.
Duke here. Makes the job easier.
Just one more check to make sure that guard's not there. And now I'm just gonna swing into this first level room.
These controls.
Sabotage the control and then head out.
I can start the misfire with these.
So if I didn't mention it before, every time you interact with a workbench in Sniper Elite 5, it resets your ammo. So before I continue the next area, I want to make sure that I've got everything prepped for how I need it. For this next area, I'm going to hold short just before going into the building. Take out that guy, and now I should be clear to move all the way forward. There are 4 enemies, if I remember correctly, in this area. There's going to be one up to the top right, 2 on the ground level, and then 1 at my top left. The one that I want to take out first is the one all the way in the back on the ground level, which is usually a Jaeger. But he'll be in one of 2 different spots. Either resting up against a pole, or he'll just be kind of like out in the open. So he's the latter for this run. Take him out, and now I just need to see if anybody saw that. If not, then one of the soldiers should walk onto the platform closest to me on the ground level, and I should be able to take him out. So at this point, I haven't seen anyone on the ground level, and I haven't seen anyone respond to the death, but I can see that shadow on the catwalk there, so I know that soldier's up there and he's unaware. So if he's unaware, it's a good likelihood that the rest of the enemies in the area are unaware as well. The only thing that's a little concerning right now is that by this time, I should have seen the enemy on the ground level walk out into my view, and he hasn't done that yet. So what I decided to do is just go ahead and move up as if the guy on the ground level had been taken out. I'm gonna go ahead and swap over to my well rod. And there should be a Jaeger right here by these stairs. So unfortunately, he's pathing right now. But ultimately, he'll end up back over by the stairs and he'll rest up against the railing. And that'll be where I take him out. Alright, perfect. So now I just have 2 enemies left. The one that's unaccounted for, and then the one that's on the catwalk to the right. So I'm giving it just another second to try and see if I can figure out where the unaccounted enemy is at. Now, just from experience, I know sometimes he hangs out by this box. So I look down and I see his uniform, and there he is. So I'm going to go ahead and take him out from here. And now I just have to deal with the guy on the catwalk.
I know how to use this. Looks like a control system. If I can overload...
Alright, so that's all the enemies for this area. Now I can go sabotage the equipment and then head to the next section.
Won't be enough. Got to raise the pressure more. Got to get to the control room, overload the system, and blow these tankers apart. Systems out of action. V2-0 ground. Time to find Kraken.
So on my way to the next area, there's another workbench that I'm going to go interact with. However, there's 3 enemies that are in the area leading up to it. I'm going to clear them out, 1, so that I can reach the workbench, and 2, so that as I leave after this next section, I know there's no enemies here to intercept me. So killing those first 2 enemies pretty much always goes like that. The cook that's in the kitchen sometimes will come out and sometimes won't. So it's just about kind of creeping forward and being ready to engage if he pops out. Just like that. All right, so this area is clear. I need to go ahead and get the key off of the Jaeger. And then I can access the armory and get my items and interact with the workbench.
All right. New gear should make the job easier.
So the SMG I pick up here will be useful later in the mission if something goes wrong, but for the most part I shouldn't have to use it. Once I reach the top of the staircase, because there's slight environmental cover and the sound profile of my rifle, I'm going to be able to take a shot on this guy without anybody hearing it. That'll allow me to go ahead and move forward without anyone being able to see me or intercept me, because the officer and the soldiers that are off to my right are locked into a conversation and won't have the field of view to see me as I approach. I'm stopping briefly here just to make sure that the sniper that patrols up top there on the catwalk isn't looking directly at me. And as long as he's not looking at me, then I know that I'm clear to go across. Once I reach the top of the stairs, there will be a scientist. There he is. That patrols kind of in like a rectangular fashion in this area. I want to make sure that I take him out and then have him positioned in such a way that I can put a trap down. Because ultimately what will happen is the officer will finish his speech. He'll patrol into this bunker area. He'll see that guy. He'll walk forward and the mine should take him out. Unfortunately, if I remember correctly, for this run, that didn't happen for some reason. I'm not sure why, but it didn't happen. Once I get to this door or this hallway, if I look down the hall and I don't see the Jaeger, then I know that he's in this room. And I just want to make sure that I carefully pie that corner, because he could be coming at me. If he's coming at me, I just basically wait and shoot him on the corner of the wall with the well rod. What I'm doing here is I'm looking for the enemy to enter this comms room. He's in that room beyond. There he is. And eventually he'll walk into this area. But if you're fast enough, you can catch him before he walks into the room by just going prone here and shooting him. Right, so there's only 2 more enemies here that I need to deal with. Both of them are going to be in this next section. It's going to be one in this room and one in the room beyond. Like many of the other areas, to actually get someone over to me, I'm going to have to whistle with line of sight to them. So I had to wait until he was closer to the door and like I could see him angling my camera. So with that guy taken out, I'm just going to whistle right in front of the door. That will pull the next one to me. If you try to whistle while you're on the wall, it won't work. All right, so that clears all of the enemies here in the bunker that I need to worry about anyway.
That's got to be Kraken's war room. This isn't that.
I want to make sure I'm crouched as I enter into this area because the sniper could potentially see you through the window. So now I'm going to head back, and again, if I remember correctly, I get really, really lucky here because I assume the officer has been taken out, and I wasn't looking that direction. So if he had been walking towards me right now, I would have had a very, very bad time. And because the shoe mine is so quiet and I'm so far away from it, there's no way for me to know whether it was successful or not. But this was the very first time ever that I had this happen, so I wasn't prepared for it because it had never happened in any other runs before or even practice. So as I move to the outside, this is where things get a little fluid. I have to deal with the enemies that are between me and the stairs, and some of them are going to roam around. The orientation of these and the way they're pathing and where they are is just complete RNG. So it's just about being slow, being patient, and basically just playing the game. So I absolutely need to take out the soldier that I'm looking at here, and most likely I'll need to take out the one that I'm looking at here. But regardless, I just need to make sure that when I take these shots, the sniper is not looking in my direction. I think I was thinking about trying to sneak through there, and then I decided not to. I took my own future advice. Be patient. Sometimes it's beneficial to take out the sniper. Sometimes it's not. It kind of just depends on how these enemies are kind of moving around. So I take that shot because this guy I'm looking at was looking away and the sniper was walking away. And so at this point, as long as the sniper isn't looking my direction, I can go. Or I can simply take him out. So there's only one enemy that could potentially intercept me at this point. It's the one that was walking on the right side of the area away from me when I first came out. Again, with the environmental cover that I've got, I should be able to get up and just walk or run. I crouch there because sometimes he'll be like right by that box beside the stairs. But since he wasn't there, I know that I'm good to go and I can just head out. All right, so my next objective here is to make my way to the control room and destroy the V2 rocket that we had prepped earlier by sabotaging. And the reason that I do it now is just to save a little bit of time because you have to run through this area anyways, and this high ground catwalk leads right to it basically. So I'm heading now to the final section. We have an optional objective left and the kill target.
This grass could make some useful cover.
So make sure that you're in the tall grass as you make this approach. It should take you all the way to the edge.
Right where the intel
and then all the way on the far side edge, basically closest to the road, I want to throw a bottle here, and then I want to move to the left side edge. The reason for that is because the enemies can sometimes bug out, where they'll both run down to investigate, but they won't actually stop at the impact location of the bottle. They'll go all the way down to the other side of the road, which means they're going to run right through that path where I threw the bottle. So if I was to stay there, I could potentially have an issue where they run right into me. So I take out the first here. I'm just going to wait for the second to run up and investigate, and then I can take him out as well. Alright, so with those two out of the way, I can now move up to the loading dock. There's going to be one scientist in the loading dock here, and to take him out, I'm going to have to lure him outside of the loading dock. And the reason for that is because all of the areas where he patrols are potentially in view of the kill target. So I'm going to corner cover here. There are two ways the scientist can come to me. And they seem completely random, either via these stairs that I'm looking at or the right side. So I'm just going to look to see which way he goes, and then I'll adjust accordingly. So whenever he goes to the exterior route, basically just swap sides. And what is that bug right there? Carl's leg was like in his body. But you just swap sides, do what I did there. Wait until he stops moving and take him out. All right, so I'm going to head down the far side of the wall here. This will give me the opportunity to pick up the key that I need for the building above me. Or sorry, not the building, the room above me. There's a scientist in this room that I need to take out. This is simple, just corner cover whistle and take him out. All All right, so the first of 5 things I need to accomplish inside this building is right here.
Improve on fuel efficiency. Improve travel distance without impacting.
I'm gonna go down first and clear out this area under me. That way, if anything happens, I don't have to necessarily worry about enemies getting to me super quickly. As soon as I come down, this enemy will always be there unless something bugs out. And this enemy here will either be here or to the left up against the wall.
Submachine gun.
Once both of those are taken out, I'm free to get up and move around. And I'm just going to make my way to this back portion. And as I go towards this door, I want to make sure I'm crouched. I want to go ahead and get a grenade readied. And I just want to pie this corner until I can barely see the first soldier. Once I can see that first soldier, I'm aiming towards that picture on the wall with the grenade. And if I'm lucky, that will take both of them out. If not, then I swing the corner and I shoot them just like this. And I realize they're both down now, so I'm good to go.
Anti-tank.
There's the second of 5.
Experimental armor-piercing ammunition.
And on my way out of this depot area, I'll get 3 of 5, which are the plans that are up on the wall here.
Advanced anti-tank weaponry. Weapons lab must be working on
right,
ways
so
to push us
everything
back into the
on
ocean.
the ground level
Commander
and the
wanna
first
see
level are
this.
done. Now I just need to head all the way up. I'm going to do that by going back a little bit, though. This will make it so that when I come up to the final level, I can't potentially be seen by the scientist that's in the next room that I'm going to go to. So I just want to wait here until I know exactly where the scientist is, and ideally have him path right by the door on the back side of this room. When he gets to that position, he'll have his back to you as you open the door, and then you're able to just go in and do a melee takedown on him. All right, so I see the scientist now, and it looks like he's heading to that ideal spot. So once he's basically there, I'll go ahead and open the door and then take him out. Perfect. All right, so item 4 or 5 is on this
Like this is
desk.
where the V2 test data is gathered. Designs take into account.
So now what I want to do is I want to move out to the catwalk here. And I want to wait until the soldier that patrols the catwalk on the opposite side is walking either left or right. I don't care which way he goes. I just need him to go one of those ways so that he cannot see me take out the soldier that's closest to me right now. I'm also going to go ahead and put some non-lethal rounds into the SMG. I'll speak to that in a second, but essentially it's for the kill target. All right. Now, for whatever reason, the kill target somehow heard or saw that guy die, which is impossible. So the game bugged on me here a bit. That's okay. What the kill target should do is, after a few moments, he should reset and go back to his default patrol. So while he's doing whatever he's doing, I'm going to go ahead and get that 5 of 5, and that'll be the optional objective completed. So I'm going to go ahead and make my way down to the first level, or the second level, I guess. And what I want to do is right as I walk through this door, off to my right-hand side, there's going to be a vent, like near the ground. I'm going to open that and use that to determine the position of the kill target. So I see the kill target is in the room. So I'm just going to go ahead and use those non-lethal rounds to shoot him and knock him out. I then need to go outside and take care of, or into the wind tunnel, and take care of the soldier that's on the catwalk in the back. Now, the reason why I took out the kill target with non-lethal rounds and knocked him out was to complete the challenge objective, which is to have him die by having this V2 rocket fall on top of him. To do that, it's a lot easier if he's unconscious and you just carry him under the rocket and lay him on the ground. It will guarantee that you get that challenge objective completed without having to go through the hassle of waiting for him to walk under it organically. So with him placed, I'm just going to head all the way back up to the top. Drop the rocket on him. That'll complete that. And now I can head up.
Killed by his own weapon. That's humorous.
So there's only one more enemy between me and getting out of here. It's going to be a sniper that's up on this high ground. Just going to use this rock as cover to see where he is. I see he's walking away from me. I take him out, and now I can just head into this bunker, interact with the door, and that's the mission complete.
Moeller has
Unser Ziel.
time to finish this. Kraken stops.
All right, so at the start here, I'm going to move up to this top left. I'm going to go ahead and shoot these boards off since I don't have a crowbar. Get those bolt cutters. I'm going to grab a grenade here and make sure that it's the sticky variant. Now I want to put this grenade on the soldier that's in the middle here, and then I want to shoot the one closest to me. That will ensure that all of those soldiers die, because the grenade will detonate the flammable canister that's beside them.
Okay, this will.
Something big is happening at the submarines. The Nazis won't let us anywhere near it.
Alright, so as I get to the bottom of this zipline, I'm going to go ahead and shoot this generator. There are two enemies to my left. This will pull over one of the two. Once he gets up here to investigate the generator, I'll take him out. And then as the other one comes up to investigate after him, I'll take him out. Now it's very important to take them out on the right side of the generator. Taking out the enemies on the left side of the generator will pull the attention of the sniper that's down towards my left. And if he goes into an alert, it has the potential to pull the two enemies that are at the ground level of the building that he is at into alert as well, which I do not want to happen. Alright, so just need to wait for him to move to the right side of the generator. Okay, so now I want to move up. I want to make sure that I'm crouched here. And I'm going to use the sniper rifle to take this guy out. And I just need to peek this corner very carefully. There we go. As long as I did that right, I will not get the attention of the two soldiers that are at the ground level.
That's
Similar to some of the missions before, I am going to be looting the bodies as much as possible. Basically, going into the second half of this mission, I want to have as much as I can have going into it. There are several things that can go wrong in that level. So having more stuff is a good thing, but ideally what I want is as many mines and TNT as I can carry. And I'll make it clear why once we get there.
Na los! Je eher wir fertig sind, desto eher sind wir runter von der Straße. Was war das?
All right, so we're going to whistle the soldier over. It's important to take this guy out because as I sneak through this area, the end of his patrol route could potentially put him in view of where I need to go. So it's better just to get him out of the way now. There's going to be a soldier up here at the top left. You'll be able to see him through the rubble and the flames. If you look that direction and you don't see a head, that means he's over here on the right side, standing right here where you climb up this wall. As soon as I drop down from this high ground, I need to make sure that I do not make noise. So I need to make sure that I'm crouching this. Because there are several enemies basically all around me on the left and the right in these buildings. As I make my way to the end of this doorway, I'm going to tuck into this left side and look down towards the road. That's where the enemy that I took out could potentially be if I didn't take him out, so that's why it's important. But you also want to make sure there's no other enemies looking that direction, because there is one by that vehicle that could potentially be looking at you.
Church.
I'm going to move to these sandbags just to give it a second. Not only to take out this light, but to also see if a vehicle is going to drive down this way. Thought I heard a vehicle. It was actually the generator. Going to move to the position right beside this generator.
Take that out.
And as long as the soldier that's moving right now in the far back by the alarm, as long as that soldier's not looking towards me, I can drop down. As you can see there, if a vehicle comes up behind you, you'll hear it just lay down, similar to some of the other missions. All right, so I see that that soldier's not looking towards me. I can go ahead and drop down here. So there's two enemies here I need to take out. There's one at my 1 o'clock and then the one at my 10-ish, 11-ish that just walked up. I want to wait for the one on the left to move away from where the other soldier on the right is standing before I can engage. Now I just need to wait for this one to stop moving. And now I can deal with the radio. So there are two cables here. That's my preferred method. It's very easy to cut these cables versus going inside and dealing with the enemies. The second cable here I can actually cut completely in the tall grass, so I never leave it, so I'm always hidden.
Nazi communications.
And now all I have to do is wait for the soldier that's in the far, far back at the middle of the screen, basically, to not be looking at me. So as soon as he turns around, I can leave. So now I'm just going to backtrack to where I killed the two enemies by the generator. Since the sniper that I killed earlier is not a factor, I can actually approach these two soldiers here completely in stealth. And ultimately, I'm going to just go around them. I'm not actually going to engage these. I'm going to hold here on this wall and make sure that the officer is looking towards the left before I cross the road.
Ja, klingt gut.
Hörst du mir überhaupt zu?
Na klar, bin nur gerade beschäftigt.
Think I've grabbed all
So
I
going
can.
across this zip line, there's no consideration here for the enemies below me. They won't be able to see me no matter what. I'm going to move down this hallway and into this bathroom, I think it is. And there's going to be a sniper that's right in front of me beyond this window. I want to engage him when the soldier on the ground is walking towards me. If you try to engage the sniper while the soldier on the ground is looking towards the sniper, then he will go into alert. So I just need him to get in a good position and I can take him out. Pick up the sonic ammo. And now I'm just going to head all the way down.
I should search this body.
Right before I would pop out onto the street, I'm going to take a slight deviation up into this building. And there's going to be another sniper here that I need to contend with. But before I can kill that sniper, I need to take out the soldier that patrols on the ground floor below him. So the soldier on the ground floor will eventually path right in front of the window. And as soon as I see him move to that position, I can take him out. So now I just need an opportunity to take out the sniper. Right now, I'm just trying to determine where he is. So he's on the right side of the tallest portion of that destroyed building. So in a second, he's going to path to the left, and it'll give me my opportunity to take him out. There he comes. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to wait for the next klaxon alarm to sound. When that happens, I'm going to shoot the red barrel by the tanker, taking it out and both of the soldiers. As soon as I take this shot, I'm going to swing over to the left of where I am right now and see if the two soldiers up the hill are in a position to take them out as well. Unfortunately, they're not together, so there's no point in taking the shot because one of them will be alerted and run somewhere to hide, and I won't know where that guy is. But before I go up there to deal with them, I'm going to go up here to where I killed that second sniper so that I can take his rifle and get the subsonic ammo that's up here. Moving into the next area, I just want to make sure I go slowly because I won't know exactly where both of the enemies are at. So I don't see anyone on the right, which means both of them are on the left, which is actually very, very weird. I've only ever had that happen one other time. But what I'm going to do here is take out the one that's not a Jaeger and then just shoot the Jaeger. From here, I'm going to make my way into this building, which is going to overlook the residency where the kill target objective is at. And
Building's right next to the
normally I
subway.
would sneak
Nazis are
into
crawling
places
over.
like this.
Might find something useful in
However, when I was coming up with a strategy for this, I learned really, really quickly that there was no good way to sneak in there. So the best thing that I found for consistency and safety was to get into this building and just shoot everybody. You want to make sure that you do it under the environmental cover though, so that you don't get enemies actually engaging you. But essentially all I'm going to do is get up here and take everyone out, starting with this sniper. The second will be the machine gunner on the second floor. The vast majority of the time, there will be a soldier that's standing beside him, so that soldier will go into alert, which could potentially pull other soldiers into alert. But as long as you shoot when the environmental noise cover is active, you should not have any risk of being shot because no one will know where you are. Just gonna do a quick reload here. So I'm coming up on the end of the enemies here. There is one consideration that you want to take into account. And what I'm doing right now is looking for that. And that's just vehicles that would be driving through here. If you're shooting these guys as a vehicle drives through, that vehicle is going to stop and its occupants are going to come out to investigate. And then they'll just basically add to the total number of enemies that you have to take out. So as I start to get to the point where I don't see any enemies, I just want to be a little bit patient and make sure that there's no vehicles that got triggered to be in this area. Once I feel that I'm good to go, I grab that Type 100 rifle because I need that to complete the challenge for the kill target. And then I'm just going to go to the back here, get the key for the door, and then head upstairs.
Locked door, Nazi command hub. I'm sure
So I want to
whatever's
take
on
a
the
peek
other
through the
side of it
keyhole
is
just to
grab.
see where the target is. The guy with the white uniform is the kill target. And to complete the challenge objective, you have to kill him with a Type 100 or the pistol variant that I can't remember the name of. So I'm going to go ahead and take him out. There is one other guy that will be up here. And I just need to have him come forward. Unfortunately, I didn't kill him. And so now he's going to fire at me. I'm just going to wait for his reload. And then when he's reloading, I can take him out. Perfect. All right, so everything's done here. I'm going to loot some of the bodies. I'm going to grab some of the items, and then I'm going to head towards the sewer entrance. All right, so to get to the sewer entrance, it's a bit of a technical strategy. There are things that can go wrong with it, but when done properly, it is the best way to get to the sewer undetected. And essentially, we're going to kill one enemy and bypass all the rest. So I'm going to hug the wall here until I get to the slope.
Right. They've locked down
And
all
as
the
I come
gates.
up, I want to be looking for this
Getting in these
enemy.
pens, it has to be
I
through the
cannot move
sewers.
forward until this enemy has, 1, been identified, and 2, turns around and walks away from where he's looking. As I stand up to move, I need to be looking at the tower and the direction that the sniper is facing. I cannot move forward until the sniper's not looking this direction. Once both of those conditions are met, then I can just move forward. I don't have to worry about the machine gunner or the spotlight that's up to my top left. Once I reach the wall, I'm going to go ahead and go down prone and just slowly crawl forward until I'm close enough to take an accurate shot on the sniper in the tower. Now, during this crawl, there can be vehicles that drive down. If that happens, you just have to stop moving and shove yourself into the wall. The other thing to consider here is as you're crawling forward, eventually there's going to be like an object. I don't know what it is, but there's going to be an object that stops you right here from going forward. You have to crawl around that, and you want to try to do that when the sniper's not looking this direction. That was the game popping me up. I did not stand up there. So you have to worry about that too. Anyways, we're going to let the sniper get into one of his shoot positions. I'll move up to this tall grass that will cover me, and then I'll take the shot once I have it. So I don't have to worry about the sniper, and now that I've crawled all the way down here, I don't have to worry about the soldier, that very first one that I said I needed to know where he was. I don't have to worry about him either. So I can just hop the wall, and as long as the soldier on the left is walking away, I can just walk straight over and go into the sewer and continue the mission. All right, so on paper, this second part of this mission would be way harder than the first. With the strategy that I use here, it's actually the opposite. This is much easier to do than everything you just saw. So first and foremost, I want to go ahead and grab this custom Thompson. As I hit the door, I'm going to crouch and I'm going to go up this ramp. There's going to be one enemy that's at the top of here that I want to take out. I choose to take him out non-lethally. You could take him out either way. It doesn't really matter.
Sleep well.
As I head back down the ramp, as long as the dialogue's still going, I know that the timing on this strategy that I'm about to do is okay to do. I'm going to move right to the edge of the steps. And the non-Jaeger enemy that's at the crate, as soon as he turns around, I'm going to start moving forward. This will allow me to walk right up to this Jaeger and take him out. I'm then going to quickly move over to the other one and take him out as well. And then I need to get up and walk, not run, to this enemy, and I need to take him out before he gets up the ramp. I can then turn back around, go up this ramp, and there's going to be two enemies here that I need to take out. I'm going to wait until they're both turned away from me. I'm going to walk up to the officer, shoot him, and then I'll be able to shoot the other guy on the right, full auto. All right, so with both of those taken out, I'm now going to run to the back here where you see the big number 14. As soon as you blow up the objective here, there's going to be 3 Jaegers that are going to spawn behind this door and then come running out. So I want to be in position as the U-boat gets destroyed so that when this door swings open, I can take them all out. All right, so that's clear now. I can head to the stairs in front of me. And as I turn the corner here to the left and start heading up the stairs, I want to be looking down the catwalk for a soldier. Generally speaking, there will not be a soldier down this way. But if you do see one, you're going to have to wait until he walks like out of your line of sight down the direction where you're about to see the soldier is at right now. So down here.
In that cart. Direct route to the fuel lines.
Luckily for me, he was already over here. It's complete RNG whether he's going to be on the catwalk or already down here. Ideally, you want him to be already down here because it saves you a little bit of time. What I need to do now is just wait for him to start coming up. Once he comes up, ultimately, I'm going to whistle him over and do a corner kill. But I'm not going to be using this corner. I'm actually going to use the one behind me.
Was? Hallo? Ist da jemand?
All right, so with that guy taken out, I can now destroy the second objective here and then move across the catwalk. The reason why that last guy has to die is because if you don't kill him, once you destroy that, he'll run down here and eventually he'll see you on the catwalk. And you want the catwalk to be free because for the third objective, instead of interacting with it, all we have to do is shoot the handle to release the brake. And now I can move on to the next section. Now, one of two things is going to happen as you proceed into this next section. Either the enemies in this next section will be on alert or they will not be. You need to determine which one it is. If they're on alert, you need to wait until they are no longer in alert status before you can proceed. Otherwise, you will not be able to use the strategy that you're about to see. If they are not alert, then you can immediately go ahead and do what you see here, and it will be successful. Determining whether they're alert or not basically comes down to getting here and looking down into that section that's in the middle between these two U-boats and seeing if the enemies are behaving normally or in an alert status. Luckily, they were not in alert status, so I can just simply come up here and hit this first valve and then move to the next one.
Not done yet. Gotta take care of both of them.
So earlier at the start of the level, I told you that I was going to be collecting a bunch of stuff, and specifically, I wanted as many landmines and TNT as I could get. Once we complete the objectives in here, this door to my right is going to open. This big hangar door is going to open. There's going to be a bunch of enemies that come through it. We're going to trap basically this entire door and create a choke point so that when the enemies come in, the vast majority of them get taken out. It's almost impossible to get every single one of them, but you can get the majority of them, which is all I need to do. So I'm essentially going to put the traps in almost a rectangular pattern, or maybe even a square pattern. And that's just so that as the enemies come through, whoever hits a trap first creates a kill box and takes out as many of the other ones as I can. So with that prepped and ready to go, I'm going to head back to this U-boat. And I need to complete the objective by hitting this valve, and then I can move on. So as I hit this valve, there's going to be a soldier on the high ground that's on a spotlight that's going to see me, but not see me enough to go into alert. And that's important because by seeing me, it actually disengages his AI off the light and causes him to start walking a route on the catwalk. I want to get up this catwalk as fast as I can, Once I hit this staircase, I need to be crouched so that the enemies on the left don't see me. Once I get to the top, though, I can stand up and I can start moving. I want to close the distance such that by the time I get to this Jaeger and I go to take him out, I take him out inside of this next room. If you take him out before or after this room, there is a chance that one of the guards will see you on the ground floor, and then everyone will go into alert. For the soldier in front of me, you cannot kill this guy. You have to take him down non-lethally. If you take him down non-lethally, the soldiers on the ground won't see you. However, if you take him out lethally, they will. So very important to do a non-lethal takedown. There's going to be 2 enemies in this control room. I need to make sure that the Jaeger is the one at the table and that the Japanese soldier is not in my line of sight. I have had this happen once before where the Jaeger gets stuck at the console that he was at. If that happens, all you need to do is get the well rod out and shoot the Jaeger and then shoot the Japanese soldier. So once the Japanese soldier is out of my line of sight, I can whistle the Jaeger over. Now, for whatever reason, unlike pretty much every other enemy in the game, this Japanese soldier will not follow the same route that the Jaeger did. When the Japanese soldier comes into this room, he'll actually run around this table on the left side. So that's why I've repositioned on the left. All right, so this top floor is clear for anybody that's going to be in my way, so I can get up and move around freely now. I need to head downstairs and I need to sabotage the valves down here. You'll want to make sure that you're crouched and you'll want to be looking for a soldier that's going to path towards my direction. Right there, you can see him by the sandbag, so he just stopped. I need to make sure that he's in that position or he's looking the other way. Because as soon as he gets done in this position, he's going to do a U-turn and he's going to end up looking right towards me. You cannot be interacting with anything when that happens, otherwise you'll get seen. So right now I know I'm clear, but I also have to consider in the back there's an officer and a soldier that will be looking this way as well. I need to make sure that none of these are able to see me. So the soldier closest to me on the left is going to still move forward again. So I know that I have enough time to wait here a bit. I'm just waiting for that soldier to turn around. And so he just turned around now, and then the other soldier's walking forward. So just from experience, I know that I have enough time to go ahead and interact with this console and the valve before he does the U-turn. So I hit this switch. That takes care of everything we need to do, and now I need to get out of this area quickly. So I'm going to stay crouched until I hit the stairs. Once I hit the stairs, I can go ahead and start going. And once I hit the second stairs, I can sprint. Now I want to sprint as quickly as I can to where I set up the explosives for the Jaegers that are going to come in through that door. So I'm basically going to be doing this in reverse. As soon as I exit this doorway, we're going to go down the stairs to the right. And then I want to move into this room right here. We're going to go ahead and corner cover, or use the corner so I can swing the camera around to see the remaining enemies move out. Now, for whatever reason, this guy walks forward, stops, and then turns around and goes back, almost as if he saw me. I'm pretty sure that's a bug, because I've never had that happen before. So ultimately what I'm going to have to do is I have to kill this guy. I need all of the enemies to be away from the door because of the method that you have to use to get past the sniper without shooting him. Unfortunately, the sniper is at such a distance with the equipment that I have. It's a very, very low likelihood that I can kill the sniper in one shot. And once you alert the sniper, you're not going to make it across this open gap without alerting, like getting shot. So what I need to do is I need to basically sprint from that position to this position and go prone. Then I can stand up, evaluate where he is. As long as he's not like looking at me, he hasn't seen me, I can sprint to this cover. And then I'm going to sprint across again to this cover. And then one more time, we're going to sprint across all the way to the objective.
Something's not right. They should have blown by now.
Doing that method, as long as the sniper is not alerted, will get you through that every single time without being shot. So now all I have to do is move into this control room. The gate's going to open here, and then I just need to take a shot on the fuel tanks. Alright, so we have one more shot to take before the game is done and this no damage run is complete. So for this final mission, it really is just knowing the distance, knowing where to aim. It's just practice. So what I like to do though is I like to move forward a little bit here. We'll extend this out to 200 meters. Aim a little bit above and slightly to the left and then take the shot. And with that final shot, the run is complete. So if you stuck with me to this point, I'd like to say thank you for giving me the gift of your time and attention. I hope this no damage run was both educational and insightful for you to watch. If you enjoyed this run and you're interested in similar content, consider subscribing to the channel. And don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss when a new run is released. If you'd like to interact with me or the community, be sure to join the Discord. The link for that and all of my socials are in the description section below. Thank you again for watching, and I hope to see you on the next one.